rise for the pledge, please. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thanks. Welcome to the work session for the Board of Trustees, November 25th, before Thanksgiving here. So we've got, we have two public hearings on exemptions. One's for 450 Gen Lane, and the other one is for 20 Gen Lane. And then we have a discussion, which is not a public hearing, for the board in reference to 320 Murray Place. So we have a couple of people who've signed in already to make comments here. So Steve Brotman. Yes. Just state your name and your address for the record.
Sure. Yeah. My name is Stephen Brotman. I live at 200 Murray Place. I've lived there for 12 years. I've never found it necessary to come to this meeting, having faith in our government that they represent the people. I now understand from just reading the newspaper that people are requesting to have higher homes, and that this is a result of some federal regulation or FEMA regulation, and that I really had a question as to whether it was illegal for them to build below this new plane level that FEMA has established, or whether it's just that they can't get flood insurance for it. If anybody could answer that question.
I mean, the starting point is where FEMA it tells us they can start building at. So if they're in a certain zone and it's 16 feet above sea level, which is not necessarily grade, that's where they would have to start at.
Okay, and so it would be illegal to start below that. It's not a question of insurance.
It's not a question. And then there's a 2-foot freeboard area, which is the insurance component too. Mm-hmm. So to start construction below that is a violation of the FEMA laws. Mm-hmm.
Well, just in reading the newspaper, I'm reading that people want to build 16,000 square feet homes, 8,000 square feet homes, and they're requesting that these homes now start at this new plane level, and therefore they have to be, another so many 10 feet higher, or at least above the 35-foot limit of the village. I hope that our government will think very carefully about this. It seems that we live in a world of entitlement, that everyone is entitled to have whatever it is they want, whether it's 16,000 square feet, whether it's an unimpeded view, whether it's exactly the home they design, and that nothing should come between.
Excuse me, is this a comment on one of the public hearings?
No, this is public comments. And he has, but he has.
Getting close to.
No, he is. No, he is. We actually, he's in here making a comment in general in reference to a moratorium. So he has the right to make these comments. So.
Okay, I guess I now know who the opposition is. I didn't know who everybody was there. Okay.
I mean.
So I just hope that. I'll wrap it.
I mean, as McGann was saying, that the reason why we are hearing these different applications, is because of the changes with FEMA, the impact it's had on height, and we're studying that. And so people are coming in front of us asking for exemptions from the moratorium that we put in place, a 6-month moratorium.
No, I understand you haven't decided yet.
Yeah.
And I'm just appealing to you that that you should consider whether in 10 more years, when FEMA raises the plane, another 10 feet, that before you know it, we'll have skyscrapers at the beach.
And that's exactly the reason why we put the moratorium in place and hired our consultant to do the study in the village to try to anticipate where FEMA is going to head in the future and the impact that it's going to have throughout the entire village, not just along the ocean front.
Exactly.
Okay.
Can I say one thing?
Sure.
Am I allowed?
Yeah.
One of the other things I wanted to add, the people who are coming before us right now have put in years' worth of work preparing their applications, and were going ahead thinking that they were doing everything according to the law, and now they are stopped. So they have the right, when we declared the moratorium, that was part of what Suffolk County Planning Commission said, you have to open a window there, because that's a hardship. You have to allow for these people to
Understood.
be able to come to you and show you what they're doing. And we take everything into consideration. We
Okay.
take into consideration the houses on either side. Some of them are taller than these applicants, believe it or not. They're taller than the platform and the height that they're asking for. Some of the houses around them are taller than that. So we have to look at the whole thing. It's not like we're opening this up for every application in the future. These are applications that have been there for a period of time.
I just, in response to your comments, in this country, people make an investment. Sometimes that investment works out. Sometimes it doesn't. These people bought an asset. They put a lot of time into that asset to develop it the way they want to develop it. Sometimes we all take losses. But should the entire community have to look at these things when they're walking down their little lane for the rest of existence? Thank you.
Okay, thanks for your comments. Okay, Ann Pine.
Hi, I live at 451 Hill Street. I understand that I can make a brief presentation here, and I want to be very brief, but that at the end of the meeting, I could expound
Yeah.
at greater length.
Second opportunity for public
Okay,
comment.
so I'll be brief now.
Okay.
I also understand that all five of you are concerned about the same things I am, and that you're in the process of trying to manage these things. I feel they've been out of control, but my purpose being here tonight is to talk to you later about Moses Lane to Corrigan Street, and part of it historic district, part of it directly neighboring on historic district. I feel that we've had 3 and 4 new constructions in the last year and a half that are blowing this district apart. And I think there's ways that we can stop 3 of them to some extent and alter them, because I feel time is of the essence. Even if you all end up in the same place I want you to end up, it may be too late for this significant part of the village. So with your permission, I'd like to go into detail later. Is that appropriate?
Yeah.
Tonight, and not take up time?
That's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Anyone else from the public would like to speak? Okay, so we're going to close the first public comment, a board presentation. Gary Gillespie, the Agawam Boardwalk bid.
Good evening.
Gary.
As you said, we received bids the past week, 4 bids for the Agawam Boardwalk. I believe you have a copy of them. The lowest bidder came in at $162,000. Excuse me.
306.
306. Okay. Atlantic Coast Dock Construction. We had Nelson and Pope review these bids. They found their bid to be acceptable, that they are allowed to work on public projects, that they have a good reputation with the town of Hempstead and town of Babylon as far as dock building goes. So as far as we're concerned, it's a reputable company that we can move forward with.
Okay.
The short background here, we've been talking for a few years now about the Agawam Boardwalk, which would be a boardwalk along the north shore of Lake Agawam, south of Lake Agawam Park, which would connect from Pond Lane to the playground and eventually to O'Connell Drive. But would be a wooden structure along the lake itself, about 12 feet wide, and whatever the run would be, about 300 feet, along the north shore. Basically, it would just be a nice little spot with some railings to overlook the lake, some benches, some lighting, just a nice little quiet place to use our waterfront.
And it cleans up the trees and the rocks and
It'll all be covered.
Yeah. It'll all be covered and stuff. So, all right, great. Yeah. Any comments for Gary on this, guys?
No. Good.
Other than I think it'd be a great project.
Yeah, I do
Yeah,
too.
no, it's gonna look good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Big,
Yeah, we're
as
kinda-
usual, big disparity in prices here, so to be expected in bids.
And the view looking south off that walkway is going to be absolutely fabulous.
Really should be. We're going to put an additional aeration system in front of the dock, so hopefully clean that water up, churn that water up too, so when we have those bad days, we won't have it right there. So that should help the ambiance. But I think it's a really good project. We're getting so close now that we might have a window of 120 days to have this thing started in the next 30 days, continue it into the winter depending on, what the climate is. But if you're also willing, I can sit down with the mayor and sign contracts next week and get this thing rolling.
Okay, so we have 4 bids on the project, the lowest bid being Atlantic Coast Dock Construction Corporation for $162,306. So I'd like to make a motion to accept the low bid by Atlantic Coast Dock Construction Corp. for $162,306 in reference to their bid documents and at the recommendation of Nelson Pope Engineers and Surveyors.
Second?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Great,
Wonderful, thank you.
thanks.
Okay.
Good. We've got public hearing on local law number 4, request for exemption 450 Gin Lane, LLC. We had the new set of plans that was presented to us at the last meeting, and we left this open for the village board the opportunity to review it and then come back. So, Mr. Bennett?
Thank you. The applicant, John Bennett and Reed. And with me this evening are Diane and Bruce Grossman, the property owners, Jerry Hoopy from Choperino and Wharton, and Melissa Dedovich from Peconic Environmental. Our clients purchased this house in reliance upon a building inspector's interpretation of the code, and that interpretation has now been upheld by the Supreme Court of the state of New York. Excuse me? Oh, I'm sorry. This is not. Some people go into. I want to foreshadow, not foreshadow. I want to comment upon what the prior speaker said, because I think it's fundamentally flawed. Some people go into an investment. They go into a stock investment where it's speculative. This was not a speculative investment. Some people go into an investment and they don't do their homework. The Grossmans did their homework. They were very, very sure that before they purchased the property, they received a letter from the building inspector telling them that they could build a certain house, a certain height house. And although there's been back and forth and a lot of political discussion about, the building inspector had no right to do that, now you have a totally objective person, Judge Santorelli of the Supreme Court, saying that that was appropriate. So this is a very, very, very responsible client who did their homework and reasonably relied upon an interpretation of the building inspector of the code and got it in writing. I will tell you, without too much fear, and I wish Rick was here because he would tell you that is the case, that if you were sitting as a zoning board of appeals, it would be, under the case law of the state of New York, almost impossible for you to deny an application for a variance if you were to go forward and change the height limitations. It's called good faith reliance. And this is a substantial investment. The purchase price was in excess of $18 million, and I did submit a letter today, which hopefully all of you have been able to review, where my clients are now into this for over $20 million, including approximately $300,000 of architectural plans, which they've had to jettison, and now have come back in with Choprino and Morton, whose fees have not even been put into the cost estimate. So this is a substantial hardship. What you're doing is denying them the use of their property right now. There's no question about it. And I would suggest to you, if you personalize this, think about it if somebody told you, in effect, you have to move out of your property for 6 or 7 months until we sort this all out. I know that you relied on these things. I know you did your homework. I know you were a good citizen, but you got to move out of your home. Personalize it. Think about what your response would be. Your response would be outrage. So this is what's happening here. They're being denied the use of their home. Let's look at the purposes of the moratorium, and let's talk about the standards. The purpose of the moratorium is to adequately balance the interest of property owners. I want you to keep that in mind, adequately balance the interests of property owners. Here we've demonstrated to you unequivocally, and we'll show it to you again, Melissa and Jerry are going to show it to you again, that the Grossman house is lower. It's lower than 436 Gin, which until recently was the Bomber House and is now the Langman House. It's lower than that very, very tall Queen Anne house to the west. It's also behind it. In other words, the what I call it the Riley House, because it was the Nelson and the Riley House for pretty much all the time I knew it. That's significantly further to the south. That house essentially sits on the dune, as does the Smith House. They're both well in front of the Grossman House. As a matter of fact, they're a whole building length in front of the Grossman House. So there's no looming going on here. Absolutely no looming whatsoever, because these houses are lower than the house on either side. We have a letter of support from the neighbor to the west. Mr. Smith has some concerns about the height of the house as it relates to his accessory structures, which are there with a variance. His accessory structure, one of which is 8 feet from the property line. His pool is there with a variance. So you can't have it all. We're not looming over his house, but now we shouldn't loom over his accessory structures. I think that's, to say that's a lot of, whatever, it takes a lot of temerity to make that argument. In any event, it's being made, and I would ask you to be fair about these things. So let's look at the standards. No harm to the public welfare. Again, the house is lower than the neighbors. It's a traditional house in the historic district. So what are the things that you're looking at? The public welfare. We've changed from a contemporary design. People were actually very, very, very complimentary of the design, including Mr. Smith, who made a comment to the project architect after the meeting. So it keeps with the character of the neighborhood. It's a traditional design. It's lower than the houses on either side. So I would suggest to you that it has Zoning Board of Appeals approval, and one of the things that you get when you look at the Zoning Board, as Mr. Hattrick, you're well aware of, one of the things that you look at is there going to be any impact on the neighbors when you look at a request for variances. So your Zoning Board of Appeals, which is probably the best Zoning Board of Appeals on the East End for my money, they've been there for a long time, they're consistent, they know what they're doing, they're not pushovers, they look at all the factors that are involved. That Zoning Board of Appeals has said there's no harm to the public and granted some relief here, which, by the way, Mr. Smith didn't oppose. No adverse effect, so there's no impact whatsoever on the welfare or the public. There's no health or safety issue here. There's just someone complaining because a house, which is not as high as his house, is going to put his pool in shadow, and it's going to put his guest house, which is 8 feet from my client's property, in shadow. There's no adverse effect on the goals of the moratorium. what did we hear at the public hearings? We're concerned about houses looming over the neighbors. It's short of the neighbors and well behind the neighbors. It's well north of the neighbors. It's closer to the road. We've met the 45-foot sky plane, which is the only thing, based on discussion with village officials, that I've been able to determine that is coming out of this study as of yet. There may be other things, but this is the only thing that we've been able to tell. And I think, for whatever it's worth, that's a good idea. I always thought it strange that you impose this pyramid law on the small lots, okay, but the large lots that can more easily, typically conform with it, there's no requirement for that. So actually, I think that's a good thing. But again, as we displayed, we meet this sky plane. And then we talk about the character of the neighborhood again, the traditional homes lower than the surrounding houses, and we meet the sky plane issue. We have a letter of support from the neighbor to the west, and that is, as the appellate division has said, and the Supreme Court said in a case for Coleman versus Corman. Remember Dr. Corman? She's a very fine leader of the Zoning Board of Appeals at the time she chaired it, that letters of support are an indication that there is no impact on the neighborhood. So, again, we feel that we have met not only the intent, the spirit, but the exemption sections of the moratorium. I want to talk to you about something else very, very important, because, I don't expect everybody to know this stuff as I do, because I deal with it every single day. But the questions are not the houses, every single house in the village, what some houses can achieve and what other houses can achieve. The questions are the houses on either side, and they're both higher. Why do I bring this to your attention? Recently, I was involved in 2 transactions, both of which were on Meadow Lane. At one of those houses, the grade is 5 feet above sea level. So you go down the road about a mile or so, and the grade is 14 feet above sea level. So if you look at these houses and try to gain some sort of theme or theory or some ability to do certain things within certain limitations, unless you look at what the grade is, because that's what drives the FEMA elevations, and that's what drives how high your house can be and how low it has to be. Unless you look at all that and study all of that, examples are really irrelevant. What's relevant here is the houses on either side, and we don't loom over them. We're respectful of their privacy. We're respectful of their ability to sit within the neighborhood. I would simply ask you that you allow us to do what the neighbors have been able to do. As a matter of fact, our proposal is much more environmentally sensitive. One of the things I do want to talk about is the site distance, or would you like to save that for later?
I think we should save it.
Okay, very good. Jerry, maybe say?
Oh, I think the
Actually, just come on up to the microphone so we can record that. So. Just state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Jerry Hupy. I'm a partner with Chopin & Wharton Associates. You've all seen the drawings that were presented at the last meeting, and I think the one thing that's important to note that when we were engaged in the process, this kind of non-existent but potential sky plane was discussed. In addition to that, we actually designed a home which is 2 feet lower than the current pre-moratorium height restrictions. We actually brought the house down. We reduced the scale of the house by 1,000 square feet, and so at this point, I suppose, self-imposed the sky plane. And all those things, that criteria that were kind of brought to us to say, let's make this thing as reduce the impact as best we can based on where we are. And it's worth noting that it is lower than both neighboring homes.
Just to follow up with Jerry, Les Dedovich, Peconic Environmental. Yeah, Les Dedovich, Peconic Environmental Associates. To follow up with Mr. Hoopy just said, the actual height of our building is 33 feet, okay? We can't make it any lower because then we don't meet the pitch roof ratio. The roof would be so shallow that it would then be considered a flat roof, so it wouldn't be allowed to 35 feet. So instead of being 35 feet high, we're 33 feet high. I just want to note to the board that the Neil Smith house next door is 34 feet high. So it's actually a foot higher, and it is actually higher on the ridge height also. Thanks.
And I do want to stress again that this is the whole tension that you get into, because you'll remember, as we just demonstrated, the original house that was proposed on this site was significantly lower, but it was a contemporary house. And this is the tension that you have to work with. If you have a situation where you have an area, such as the end of Old Town Pond, where the message from the ARB was very clear. We want a traditional gabled house here because it's the end of Old Town Pond. People skate there. It's a significant public view. It's very close, as you all know, to where the settlers first were, at the top of Old Town Pond. We don't want to see a contemporary house there. And I think the ARB's vision for that area of the village is shown not only by their moving us very strongly towards a traditional home, which of course requires a higher pitch. You know, you're not getting any usable area up there other than for attic and stuff. It's an architectural detail. But their vision for that end of the village is demonstrated not only by their pushing us very strongly towards a traditional home, but also by their willingness to allow the tear down of the Philip Johnson addition to, again, what I'll call the Nelson home. And if you look at that decision, they said you can tear down that Johnson addition, which was from 1951-52, which I happen to think is a fantastic idea. And what they said, but when you come back in here, what you better show us is a traditional addition. So you really have the opportunity to really change the sense of place down there at the end of Old Town, much for the better, I think. And I would ask you to grasp that opportunity. It's going to be a wonderful area of traditional architecture down there right now. And the only way we can do that is with some help from you. Thank you.
Anyone else from the applicant side? Okay, I think we might have some people. Mr. Bregman?
I hope I don't. Can I share a little of your desktop? Good evening, Mr. Mayor and board members. My name is Jeff Bragman, 15 Railroad Avenue, East Hampton, New York. I'm here on behalf of Neil Smith, who owns 466 Gin Lane. That's the house immediately to the east of the applicant's property. It's the first house at the start of Gin Lane near Old Town Pond, the oldest part of the village and the town. And the Smith property, because of its location and the arrangement of the building envelope on the applicant's lot, is the closest lot to the proposed house. And the structures on the Smith property are the closest structures as well. I think we do have to begin with the discussion of the legal issues a little bit, and I hope you'll bear with me. I do intend to follow up tonight with some illustrations and some data and some charts that are designed to give you a much better visual handle on what's going on with the application and our concerns with it. And we think that they will show you the relationship of the height to the lot itself and to the nearby historic structures and how it relates to the neighborhood. But I want to first talk about these issues and background policies that play into John's comments about undue hardship. The background policies that I think encouraged the Board of Trustees to enact the moratorium are pretty clear. In Mark Epley's letter to the Planning Commission in September, he indicated the board consensus that a decision to allow building permits in excess of 35 feet above natural grade for gabled houses would create a significant increase in the height of the structure above grade, and that would create permanent impacts, and that's what the mayor's letter indicated. He referred to them as permanent impacts in the community. And that policy was picked up in the trustee resolution that was adopted on October 9th, 2014, in which your board as a whole said essentially the same thing. Allowing building permits as an alternative to the moratorium in excess of 35 feet, again for gabled houses, is going to result in permanent neighborhood impacts. And the moratorium incorporated the idea of permanent impacts in that it established the standard for the exemptions from the moratorium based on undue hardship. You also built into it, as John referred to, a requirement that the board balance the consideration of not only the property owner, but the impacts to the neighborhood and the impacts to the wider community. And again, I would say that the fact that that's what you required yourself to look at indicates that that is the way the concern about permanent impacts plays into the moratorium. You're supposed to balance it because you're looking at wider community interests here. And it does involve, to some extent, a discussion of the design of the building. I'm not going to get into a long, treatise on shingle-style architecture, I promise. But design is the way in which architecture displays the height. So to a certain extent, design is going to come into play in what we talk about. And in fact, John Bennett conceded that when he wrote his letter asking for an exemption. He said height and design, he's claiming, will be well within keeping of the neighborhood and that the house is consistent with the neighborhood in terms of lot sizing, spacing, and width, and so forth. The moratorium substantive requirements for the exemption are worth hearing, I think, tonight. The first requirement is that the failure to grant an exemption is going to cause undue hardship. And I think that the phrase itself is somewhat revealing because the board didn't say hardship, any hardship, some hardship. It said undue hardship. And I think we all understand the word undue hardship to mean, in some sense, not ordinary hardship. Something beyond ordinary is undue hardship. And it's the dictionary definition suggests that it's unjustifiable or even illegal, but it is certainly not ordinary, typical, or expected. And that, in addition, the second requirement is that the undue hardship has to be substantially greater than any harm to the general public welfare. So it looks like, again, it's a larger than ordinary harm that's inflicted, and that the exemption will clearly have no adverse effect on the objectives in enacting the moratorium. Again, it didn't say minimal, small adverse effects. It didn't say no substantial adverse effect. It said none. Clearly, no substantial effect. So this is a difficult standard that we're looking at. And the objectives are stated in the moratorium pretty clearly. The objectives are to control height and do that balancing test, to balance the impacts on the neighborhood and the community. And another one of the objectives is to let your planning commission do its work, which I think you'll see as we go on, if you'll indulge me in a little time, that is a very important part of the whole discussion that we're having tonight, because we're not talking to you tonight as a super architectural review board or as a supervising architecture review board. I'm talking to you tonight as legislators who are looking to fix a problem and get in the information that you need to make the right decision. And finally, and not to be forgotten, the trustees have to make a finding. They have to make a finding that what the applicant wants is in harmony with the existing character of the village and in harmony with the area of the neighborhood in which the lot is located. So John Bennett's comments that, well, the elevation is different when you go down on Meadow Lane, and it's, meaning every place is different and all you have to look at is the two houses next to this property. Not correct. Not correct. It's right in your code. Now, the applicant's proof that he's experiencing an undue hardship really is primarily comes down to the building inspector's letter of March of 2011. It may have been February. The date was changed on it. You remember this letter. I'm sure you've seen it. It's the letter that was on John Bennett's stationery and that he apparently had custody of. And the claim that they're making tonight and that they've made in the past is that 3.5 years later, 3.5 years after that letter was issued, has designed a house in reliance on that letter, and that letter in and of itself creates undue hardship for him. And in other words, he's suggesting to you tonight that that letter in some way hardened, if I can use that phrase, hardened into an enforceable right, because that's what he's trying to tell you. He's saying, look, that letter we did a lot of work on, we ran around, we spent money, we bought the lot. I got a right to build based on that letter. And this is maybe a more difficult issue to consider for non-lawyers than it is for lawyers, because for lawyers, the issue is really pretty clear in zoning law. It's probably okay for the building inspector to write a letter like what he wrote. I can't say I really object to it. They write letters all the time. He's not really practiced in, distinguishing whether he should write a letter for a real estate closing or for some other purpose, because the building inspector is a ministerial employee. He's not hired to exercise discretion. Generally, as you can imagine, ministerial means that he doesn't have discretion to make decisions. Generally, a building inspector looks at your plan, looks at the state building code, compares one to the other and says you conform or you don't. Here's your building permit. I think that you could ask, and this board probably should consider, whether or not that's really the best way for village law to evolve and become known to the public. I would suggest that it is not. And I think part of the reason that we're in the situation we're in and you're considering a moratorium is because the possibility exists, which you have acknowledged, that what really should happen is that the law should be changed so that when people buy properties, instead of having to dig through files or to have one lawyer or another lawyer have in his own file a letter stating policies that might not generally be known, that it be printed in your code book so it's there, it's predictable, and you can find it. So that hasn't been going on over the last few years. But the letter itself, I'm not particularly critical of, but I think it is worth considering what in ordinary zoning law, what general practitioners, people that work in zoning every day, know and expect about when zoning rights are created, what kind of things are suitable, what kind of things are expected, and what kind of things do create a legally cognizable right under zoning. Because if we can see the situation that ordinarily does not create these rights, then we can make a determination about whether this expectation that they're talking about was realistic or not. And I think that's the critical question here. Is it realistic? Is what Mr. Bennett is telling you that, that was our right to build the house? Is that a realistic thing to say if you know zoning law? And I would suggest to you that the answer is no. You know as a legislature that zoning laws can be changed at any time. The only requirement really is that you do it in accordance with a plan and that you do it to promote the general health, safety, and welfare of the community. Zoning laws change because they have to change. It's a dynamic law. Circumstances change, conditions change. The general rule of thumb in zoning is even though I have a huge property interest when I buy a piece of property and I investigate the zoning code, you have no vested right in your zoning classification. So if I buy a 1-acre lot with a 50-foot setback in the front, and I do all the research and I'm prepared, I got my house plans prepared, and I'm going forward with my building, and in the interim, your board, because of a problem that citizens raise or a problem that you notice in enforcement, decides you're going to upzone a neighborhood and make it 2-acre zoning, okay? So that lot becomes non-conforming, and you're going to change the setbacks. And my plans become useless. I have no basis to argue that I should be permitted to continue to build my house because I have no vested right in zoning. It's a dynamic process. The zoning law is a dynamic process. So the law has evolved very clearly and very early in zoning practice. There are cases dated from the 1920s and the 1930s. And what the rule has evolved to say that absent improvements in the ground, And they must be substantial improvements. They can't be slight improvements. Absent substantial improvements in the ground, which cause you serious financial harm, there is no vested right. And in addition, as cases came forward testing this theory, there were other decisions that clearly said that even preparations that were very, very expensive in anticipation of construction do not give you a vested right to continue. So that if I go out and I hire architects, if I hire surveyors, if I undertake test borings, if I clear the land, if I negotiate with contractors, if I sign a contract with contractors, if I buy materials, none of those actions are sufficient to give me a vested right to continue. The reason is pretty obvious. The general welfare and your responsibility to protect the general welfare outweighs even a very significant property right interest, the cost that I paid for that property. Simply stated, nothing short of actual use of the land prior to a change vests a right for the owner to continue. Just think about this for a minute, because I don't know if it's that obvious for people who are not involved in zoning practice. It got tested even further. Even if you have a properly issued building permit in your hand, ready to go, it is no protection against a change in zoning, setbacks, any of the zoning requirements. So you can be very far down the line. And the zoning code, in the ordinary, everyday practice of zoning, does not give a property owner a vested right. This is the ordinary, day-to-day reality that every zoning practitioner knows and relies on. So what I would suggest to you is that when you compare the issuance of a building inspector letter saying, in general, when I deal with FEMA, I add the FEMA elevation +2 to the height requirement. That's how I handle it. All that letter meant to anyone that knows zoning practice is that on the day that he said that, that is what the law is. But it did not tie his hands. It was not the 10 Commandments, given on the mountaintop. And it could change at any time, for any reason, in the public interest. And that's why you enacted a moratorium, because you've seen that there's a potential impact to the public interest, and you've said, hey, we want some time to figure it out. The letter simply confirmed that as of the date of the letter, that's what the law was. But every real estate zoning practitioner knows that the law is what the law is on the day a decision is made. So in other words, when I go for a building permit, if that law has changed, that's too bad. And it doesn't matter what kind of expenses I've incurred. It doesn't lock in a neighbor's rights. Now, I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with getting the letter. And if I were a lawyer involved in a sale of the property, and we believe actually that's why John got the letter, that he got it for a prior owner who was selling the land, not for the buyer. So this thing has transferred hands a couple of times in the 3.5 years. It's perfectly prudent for a lawyer to ask for that kind of a letter. I would prefer to see the letter on the building inspector's stationery, and I'd prefer to see it in the file so I could Freedom of Information Act to know it's there and everybody was aware of it. But a lawyer, it's not unusual that a lawyer might do that because he wants some evidence if the zoning changes and the client turns to him and says, wait a minute, you told me I could build a building that was 44 feet high above grade, which is what this building is, by the way, not 33 feet, 44 feet above grade. If that law changes, I think the lawyer might want to have something in his file saying, hey, I checked, and as of the date, it was correct. But that's all it does. It didn't lock in any rights. So in evaluating, and there's another factor here that I think is relevant. Excuse me for a minute. If you're talking about whether his reliance was really justifiable reliance, let's look at this situation logically. This isn't even a situation where the owner can take his plans to the building inspector, have them examined, stamped, and go ahead and build. Why not? he's got to go to the ARB. And what's the ARB's job? Now, they're different from the building inspector. The ARB is a discretionary board. And that means that they apply subjective standards that are enumerated in their statute, and they can approve, they can disapprove, they can add conditions, and they can change it. So when you're talking about, this moratorium has caused me injury, which is essentially what this owner is saying, it's rather difficult to say that when he has no right to do anything until he's gone through the ARB process and they've approved his plans, which he never did. He did not get through the ARB process, and they did not approve his plans. And it's discretionary, and it could be denied. So I would suggest that under the circumstances, this is an ordinary hardship. This is a typical situation that happens all the time in zoning, day in and day out. It is not an undue hardship. And especially when you look at what the difficulty is here. The difficulty is that I know that John speaks very forcefully whenever he speaks, but no one has thrown anyone out of their home. They don't have a home. They have a piece of land that they'd like to build a very large house on. So they're not being thrown out of their home. The difficulty that the moratorium presents for them is obviously they can't go forward with their building for 6 months. It's actually, at this point, it's 4 months. It's actually less. It's 3.5 months. In another week, it'll be less. So what I would suggest is that you are weighing a very fleeting and a very temporary delay against the very permanent impacts that this board acknowledged when it enacted the moratorium and before it enacted the moratorium in its letters to the Suffolk County Planning Commission. And that there's hardly a comparison between the two. I also, I listened to Trustee McGann when you were talking about, these people have been involved in a process for years and years. And John, again, as John is wont to do, spoke very forcefully about.
You know what? I object to the ad hominem, unnecessary comments.
Well,
it's really unprofessional and it's unlawyerlike. Talk about my client, don't talk about me.
I should be used to John interrupting at this point. Usually it's an indication.
Here's what we're going to do. We're not going to do this. So we're going to make our remarks to this board, okay? And we're going to keep our focus on the case for everybody, okay? So
John Bennett, the attorney for the applicant.
I'm asking.
Excuse me. I'm quoting him. John Bennett referred to what his client has been through as a long journey. Okay, I want to comment on that, whether that's factually accurate, because it's something that Nancy McGann herself picked up on, and I understand that. If somebody goes through a long process, I think it's appropriate for you to look at that as a factor to be considered. I'm not saying that's inappropriate, but I want to talk to you about what the journey really was here. In this their encounter with the Architectural Review Board began in July. The first time they presented plans, to my knowledge, was July. They can correct me July 11th. It was the first time they presented plans. The second meeting in July, when we were supposed to come back and discuss those plans, they adjourned the case. So they had one meeting in July. And after that, they had 2 dates in August and 2 dates in September. I stood up on behalf of Neil Smith on August 25th for the first time. I attended the meeting for the first time on August 25th. So the second meeting of the month of August, we stood up. We had 5 minutes. I said, we have some concerns. We'd like to tell you about them. They said, fine. Thereafter, they returned in front of the board for 2 dates in September. At that point, the board adjourned the case one more time because we had not yet spoken. We hadn't had an opportunity to speak. So they gave us one date in July. I think it was the 14th, if I remember correctly. We were going to speak. And on that date, they came in with an entirely new plan. This was the day before the moratorium, and they tried to submit this new plan. And the board said, listen, we scheduled the hearing so that we could hear opposition. You brought an entirely new plan. We're not going to do it. And that was the end of their experience in front of the ARB. That's all the time they spent in the ARB. So this long journey consisted really of 2 months, 4 hearings. And you may say, I'm not, belittling that and saying that's not difficult. I mean, it's certainly appearing at 4 hearings. It's appearing at 4 hearings. But this is not the Trail of Tears. This is one of the most controversial applications that's come in front of your boards probably in the last 10 years. It involves one of the most historic parts of your historic district. It's the closest to the heart of the village of Southampton. There was other opposition at that board meeting. I want to make that clear. There was at least one neighbor who represented about 17 other neighbors, so there was some opposition other than us that was heard. But this is not, when you consider that you're looking at, I think the property cost them $18.5 million. We estimate, it's just an estimate, $5 million in construction, ballpark. So you're looking at a $23 million project. So to spend 2 months in front of a board is not the kind of long journey, years, that really raises the equity stakes and would make you look at what happened, I think, with perhaps a more sympathetic eye. And I think it's important that you know that that's the chronology. And the applicant is sort of indicating that other people are to blame for them getting caught up in the moratorium. The fact of the matter is that when they encountered the Architectural Review Board, that board was very skeptical of their plan. And, one board member called it an office building. Another board member didn't like the scale and mass and said it's the wrong location for this. And they persisted. Their advocate came in and was just as strenuous in front of that board, saying a big glass box building was appropriate. And I have to chuckle a little when I hear the comments about the Philip Johnson addition and how it's such a terrible thing. Well, when they were trying to get their big glass plan through the ARB, they used the Philip Johnson addition as an indication that it fit in the neighborhood, at the same time that they were working to tear it down on another case. So the delay here, this is not a delay that the village imposed on the applicant. This is a delay that the applicant imposed on himself. He had difficulties because his plan wasn't well accepted. He didn't talk about it tonight, but
that plan's been changed.
That is not the current plan.
Yeah.
We have a new plan, correct.
I mean, I think that, I'm sitting here thinking about the moratorium, and the moratorium has had success in that it's forced an applicant to look at a building that they put in, which didn't meet a bunch of different things. We've had success with the moratorium already, just by the applicant making changes. And on top of it, the applicant has to take the new changes, which they haven't presented in front of the ARB, and go back to the ARB too.
Right. But I do want to get to some pictures and data, because I want to talk to you as a legislature, because I think there's a very good basis to ask you not to accept this from the moratorium.
Okay. Right. Yeah. I just wanted to actually tell you what Nancy had said. When we went in front of the Suffolk County Planning Commission, one of the things that allowed them to support our moratorium, which when we initially went into it and found a lot of opposition with the Suffolk County Planning Commission, because they didn't want to stop development and have a negative impact on property values, et cetera, and they liked the fact that we did have this caveat in the law, which allowed applicants to an appeal process, and that we're already in the process, no matter the length of how long, if they'd been in for 1 week or if they'd been in for 6 years.
I agree. I understand that. The moratorium would not be legal unless you had a procedure to hear exemptions. So I'm not opposed to them asking for an exemption. I don't think they meet the standard to give it, and I want to, I'll move on. I want to show you some pictures and illustrations, which I think may be more significant to you as a legislature, but I don't want to miss. He made a couple of other points I can quickly say. He also went in front of the zoning board. He got variances. That variance relief is probably still valid. It's not invalid now, and it'll be valid in 4 months. He got a demolition permit. The demolition permit's still valid, and it will be still valid in 4 months. He didn't lose anything by doing that. The plans that he changed have a substantially similar floor plan to them, almost identical floor plan, so we think they probably got some value out of it. And I did want to talk to you about the costs that they've talked about. They said we spent $300,000 because it looks to us from looking back on the sales of the property that when the property first sold, it sold for $14.5 million. Then it was later sold to this applicant, I think, for $18.5 million. So within a period of 2 years, the person that owned that property made about $4.25 million in profit. Why? Because the land appreciates over time. Okay? So the same process is at work for this applicant. While they sit for 6 months, that land is accruing value, and it's worth considering that they're making money on that. In addition, the money that they don't spend for construction today, tomorrow, is money that they can invest that has investment value. And we estimate roughly it's probably about a $5 million project. So it's not clear that they're suffering any great financial hardship. In fact, the delay actually may make them some money. I'm not saying, and I want to be clear, I understand that this is difficult for an applicant. Especially somebody that buys a premier property like this. They want to build. I understand that. But we're not here acting as an ARB. We're here, I'm talking to you as a legislature, talking about what's right for the community. So let me move on and start looking at some charts that I have, because I want to show you some visual information. Let's start with the first one, Lisa. This is the chart, or the item, I should say, that the applicant brought in. This is their depiction. I call it a photo simulation of what it's going to look like. We'll let them move.
You'll just turn it for the camera also.
Thank you.
Thanks. Actually,
Okay.
hold it there so she can actually zoom in on it for 1 second. Thanks.
Our architects and consultants, we had some problems. This is very similar to another prior photo simulation, and when we challenged it, their then architects said, "Oh, the photos are not meant to be scaled." Now, the numbers are accurate at the top. The numbers running across the top are the height above sea level. Those are accurate. We're not challenging it. But we looked at it and said, gee, that looks like the Neil Smith house is right at the same setback as the other house, and the other house just doesn't look right the way it's going to look on the land. So we brought it to our architects, and we had them scale it, and I'll show you later how they do it. They use the topography, they go off a survey, and they fixed up what I think is the setback from the Neil Smith's property, and they also gave you a clearer rendering of the size of the house above grade. And the one point I want to make about the comparison of the two pictures is this. When you what your board is concerned about and what residents were concerned about was that when they walk in a neighborhood where they're elevating houses like this, the height of the structure of the house above grade is what is the visual problem. It's not the ultimate line in the sky that they reach. It's the fact that when you elevate a house and count the structure that you use to elevate it, and it's exposed, it produces a massive looking house when your feet are planted on the ground. And that, I think, is why the Board of Trustees, in enacting your moratorium, said we're not going to grant any building permits for houses more than 35 feet above natural grade. You went to natural grade because that's what your residents are complaining about. They're saying these are massive looking houses. So ours diagram is designed to show you what the building looks like above grade, and we also threw in a dimension that gives you the height of the adjacent Neil Smith guest house, which is to the left of the diagram and indicated as being 22 feet. The other diagram kind of flies over those guest houses and says, and John has said, you don't have to be concerned about it, and I want to address that. Let's go to The next item, 3, 4, 5, and
Hold
6.
that last one up for just, yeah, thanks.
Jeff, what is your point here on this, on the rendering that you're showing here?
We think the problem with these houses is the mass of the house above grade. When you're getting dimensions from the other team, they're telling you that their house is 33 feet tall. That's only the house portion. It doesn't include the portion they have to boost the house.
We understand that. But
Okay.
what I'm looking at here is a rendering of a house with no windows, which softens it. What you're showing here is something that really isn't what it is.
It doesn't have the windows, yes.
It doesn't have the windows, and right now, it's smack in your face without the windows. It's not right. I mean, when you look at the other house, it softens it. It fits into the natural terrain. That does not. That's
Yeah,
not fair.
but that's not why it's softened. It's because the house is lower, the roof line is different, and it's not located in the same place. You're correct. This doesn't have the windows. That's not what's making the difference here. What's making the difference is that other house is lower. It's lower.
Well, it does to me. To me, that smacks me right in the face. The windows don't. So I don't.
This also corrects the setback, and it also highlights the height above the adjacent cottage. Let's look at the house, the proposed house, because I want to show you a picture of, not yet, we'll just go to the pictures here. Yeah, actually, maybe that is a good thing to do. Nancy, just because you're concerned, hang on, we'll do this. I understand that.
Right.
Let's give you a better model since you're concerned. We built a real model that has windows, roofs, the whole deal. The paper that's on the table has a scale on it, and Lisa's putting it where the house would be located. And we also have a scale model of the adjacent guest house. And the guest house, Neil can do it. Neil knows how to do it. It's very simple.
Are you going to be using that projector?
Yes. Okay. That's partly what we wanted to show you before. Okay, this gives you an idea of the comparative scale between the guest house, which is a small house, and the house that they propose to build, and that is in proportion showing the distance between them. The idea is to show the dramatic difference between the two.
Let's
be fair now.
Excuse me.
Time out, okay?
It's the main house.
Right.
And also,
I know.
We're going to talk about the main house. We'll talk about
was
the main house.
that pre-existing? Was that pre-existing, that guest house?
It's a non-conforming use.
No,
Mark, you'd
Stop.
asked us.
wait,
to-
no, time out. Wait, time out. Let's finish the presentation. There'll be ample time to rebut this. I recognize that that's a guest house, that is not the main house. It's Nancy's pointed that out, and there'll be plenty of opportunity to ask questions off of this.
We're going to talk about the house as well. We're going to talk
I
about the
hope
house.
so, because that's a guest house. Okay, thanks.
We have a photo of the guest house. And a historic description of it that comes from Sally Spanberg. We have a photo of the Smith house. The Smith house is 35 feet tall. Now, Nancy, this is important, and this may help, I think.
Just take the mic with you, Jeff.
This may help to make the point that I'm making. When we tell you that the Smith house is 34 feet tall, we're talking about it's 34 feet tall from the floor to the ridge line, okay? They may be giving you a dimension of 33 feet from the floor to the ridge line, but that is elevated on structure that is about 10 feet above grade. So the point I'm making is that when you look at the Smith house, the amount of structure that you see above the grade is 34 feet. That's not a very high house. When you look at the amount of structure that you see above grade on this proposed house, it's much higher. It's 44 feet. So
Well-
it's not the same.
So let's just go to the Smith. See, what you're saying is from the first floor elevation, it's 34 feet.
From, right, like the base of the, I'm sorry. What we're saying is that from the base of the first floor to the top of the house is 34 feet.
Okay.
And visually, as you experience it with your feet on the ground, you see a house 34 feet tall. But when you walk to this house and stand on the ground here and look at it, it is not 33 feet tall, as they keep telling you. It is 44 feet tall. And that's the reason that residents came to you and asked for a moratorium, because they were saying that when you elevate houses above the FEMA requirement, it produces structure that's much higher than the usual house. That's the comparison that we're making. That's what we were trying to show you in the first photograph. So you're looking at structure from the bottom to the top. That's 44 feet. That's a lot more to look at and handle. It's a lot more overwhelming.
And the view that it shows the height with the line going this way,
Yes.
if that's 44 and the other is 34, why is the other showing to be as high?
Because the other house is you know, I have sat through a lot of presentations of John. Could I just make my presentation?
It's completely within the coastal erosion zone.
It's the
So
reason.
if Mr. Smith had to build his house today, that house, the entire house, is up in the dunes. It would have to come back, 40, 50 feet
No.
or something like that?
No. It's not. No, it's mostly conform. It's got a very small variance. It's mostly behind the coast.
I got a survey of Mr. Smith's house here that shows me that entire house is completely within the coastal erosion zone.
He has a small variance at the time that.
I'm just saying.
At the time he did it.
If Mr. Smith had to rebuild, if he were to build that house on an empty piece of property, where he would start at.
Let me. Can we?
Building envelope in a little while.
Can we?
All right.
I want to just stay on point for 1 second.
I want us to get through this.
I will,
So,
but
okay,
let me just say this. The reason that Nancy said, well, why is it at the same height, mean sea level? The reason is that when you walk on the Smith property, you're walking up an incline. The topography goes up. So when you look at the Smith house, you go, oh, there's a house on a hill or a house on a dune. But you don't see 44 feet of house structure. You walk up on a dune and then you see a 34-foot house. So the house.
This applicant can't do that. Is that correct? This applicant can't push their
Well,
house.
what he can do and can't do remains to be seen, and we want to show you a couple things about what we think he can do. Because the applicant has always said
And not only that, would you want him to do that? Then his house will be right smack next to
we're
it.
going to get to that. We're going to get to that. Let's look at the number 7. Item number 7 shows you a view from the west. No. Item number 7 it's a view from the west of the 450 Gin Lane property. Nope. It's the traditional houses from the west. This is the replacement one. It shows the little. Neil, do you have that west view of the? No. Do you have the before picture that shows the other architecture? Okay, all right. This is a view from the west. This is looking on the 450 property to the west. That's what the house would look like. And in the background to the right, you see the Smith house, and to the left is the cottage. It's a pretty overwhelming house.
I would really like to see it from the other point of view.
We're going to show you that too. We will. We also have mapped, I think it's important to show you.
And it's in the foreground, so of course it's going to look more prominent. It's in the foreground, but I would really like to see it the other view. I would like to see it from Old Town this way.
We're going to have a view. We have a street view We also have views from the east and west, and we have a video to show you. Do you want to give them the video? If they want, let's give them.
Just move on to my section.
No,
Just move on to my section.
I'm on it. Let's go through the charts that we have of the neighborhood. Do we have, Lisa, let's show them the map of the neighborhood. This is a map that we created of the neighborhood. It runs from Old Town Pond and Old Town Lane, and it includes 21 houses. It's the immediate environs. It has all of the addresses marked on them. And what we've done is we've created some charts using data taken from all of those houses. Can we... Can we take a 5-minute break here, please?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Maybe it'd be getting me out of watching the Dances with Stars finals. So I'll have to go read about it on the internet, you know? So.
I thought you were streaming right now. Okay, sorry about that. Let me just summarise. Nancy, you'd asked, what do we get out of those charts?
Okay.
I think there's two things we get out of those charts. And please excuse me if this sounds a little flip. I don't intend it to, but I think it brings it home. What height are you? 6 feet, right? Wrong. You're 28 feet above sea level. When people think about height, they think about height from where their shoes are on the ground. Your own code thinks about height from where the shoes are on the ground. Your moratorium thinks about height from where the shoes are on the ground. So there's two things, I think, to take out of that first set of charts. The first one is that those heights are wrong. Those heights are wrong. They're not wrong above sea level, but they're wrong because they're not the way people think about height. The second thing to take out of it is the two closest buildings to the house have been ignored. One of them is a guest house. The second one is a guest house. But these are historic structures. They're the original guest houses. And I'm going to tell you a story about how they came about. And you'll begin to see. But before we do anything else, what I want to do is show you the sort of impact the house sort of has on the neighborhood by a little video that we produced, that Rick produced for us. I want to apologise in advance, Nancy, that the pictures are going to look without windows. The only reason they look without windows is because we had very little time to do this. We only got the plans like you did 2 weeks ago, and I'd love to make it look better, but it's not deliberate. It's because, you know, we just didn't have time. And if you wanted it to look, you know, different, we could do that. But let me just show you how this video works and what it would look like.
That.
I think we probably do. Just move that forward, remember? Jerry, let me hold.
Is this right your way now? Can you see?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Well, I think if we kill them both, we get a good view of the video. There we are. Sorry about this, but let me show you. So I'm going to stop it halfway through just to show you a little bit about what we have here. This, just to place it in perspective, that's my house on. Sorry, thanks, Brenda. That's my house on the left at the top. That's the pool, the guest house, the new house, and the one on the right is the 436 Gin Lane guest house. Okay, so and the ocean is sort of facing forward ahead of us. And you can see they were placed on the surveys, so it gives exactly the right survey. So that begins to show the perspective of the house. And I think it gets to the point that actually, you know, Jeff was making there. It's actually 44 feet off grade. My house is 34 feet off grade, but it's set back. It's set back on the dune. That's why in John's picture, it looks so much higher.
Show them. Can I indicate?
Yeah, please. And actually, just to let you know, the cottage itself is actually 6 feet below. Right. The cottage is actually 2 feet below where the new house would be as well, because it's actually it's actually lower on sea level. So this here is the view that you would be getting from the side of my pool, looking at the house. Okay, and that privet that you see at the back is 14 feet high. The pool goes down out over those railings, it goes down. So you'll see there is, I'll just run it through and then keep it going for a minute. This is kind of revealing because it goes through their house onto their balcony. This is their lower balcony. So that's the view from the lower balcony. That's my house at the back there, of course. This is the upper balcony. That's the view from the upper balcony. So you can see that the view over the pool, because of the height of the house, is completely unrestricted. And again, my apologies that that house doesn't have a lot of the features. We just didn't have the time to build them. We can. But that gives you a sense. And there's a couple of things to get out of this as it goes through. First of all, it's on the surveys. And I'm just going to run it one more time. It lasts 1 minute and 10 seconds. Tell me if we're interrupting the dancing program, Mark, and we can speed it up.
Taking it out of it.
Just let's stop there for a second.
Jeff, you need the mic, sweetheart. This is the 44 feet that we're talking about. Jeff, you need the mic, sweetheart. When I said that 44 feet of the house would be exposed from above grade so that you'd feel it when your feet are on the ground, that's the distance from here to the rooftop. It's not just 33 feet, it's 44 feet. And that's why it's different to refer to the house as a 44-foot tall house than it is to say it's at 52 feet above sea level. The sea level doesn't tell you how much structure is exposed, and that's what your moratorium was designed to correct.
As we go through it this time, I just want to point out a couple of other quick things that I'll come back to very quickly. The first thing to note here, that's the view from my cottage, my guest house, and that's the view from my pool. You'll see there's absolutely no privacy for my pool because of the height of the house. And because of the structure of the balcony on the top there, 2 of my kids have called it the creepy balcony for obvious reasons. I mean, it's probably one of the biggest balconies in the whole of the historic district. I too have got a big balcony on my house, but we don't use it only to put the flag out, and it looks the other way. That's the front view from the road. And the privet, you'll see, that privet doesn't exist at the moment, so that's going to be built. That's the view from the ground, and you'll see from the top, again, my house there, and just to give you a sense, these balconies are about 600 square feet. Okay, they stretch out about 20 feet from the house. So let me tell you now the real reasons. Thanks, Jerry. We're set. Let me tell you now the real reasons why you should keep this in the moratorium, because obviously it's important to me, but it's more important, I think, to the village as a whole. Lisa, could you let's put up the first chart there. And this is chart number 8, map of the neighbourhood. Let me tell you why we chose this neighbourhood. Map of the neighbourhood, Lisa. Thank you. This neighbourhood is the historic district. So the historic district finishes where that red line is over on the right. And it stretches, we took it, 29 houses out. We took it over to Little Plains Road. And that's important because those are the houses that it should be compared against. That's the historic district houses. Those are the important houses. We've numbered all of those houses so you know which they are. And we're going to do analysis based on those houses. Okay? So let's just very briefly look at what is the existing character of the area. What's the harmony, the characteristics of that area? And I'm actually going to hand out some books here. I'm going to hand out some books.
One of the tallest, huh?
I'm going to hand you out some books that tell you a little bit about this presentation. They're looking at their plans, so give them our books. So while we're doing that and handing out the books, let me tell you a little bit about the district. You know this already. What's the existing character of the area? First of all, it's the east end of the historic district, closest to the very oldest part. Houses don't tower over each other in this area. Privacy is respected across all of the houses. There isn't a pyramid law here because it's not needed. There may be in the future, but there isn't one at the moment because it's simply not needed. Houses are in scale. Much of the theoretical living space is given back. Houses aren't so wide in this area. And the further east you travel, the buildings are even closer, the lot sizes are much smaller. And to reduce impact, the houses are smaller too. And this is a very visible point from public places. You can see it right across the pond. What about the site? We're going to tell you a bit about the site. First of all, that site is the closest on Gin Lane, except my house, to the historical district. It's one of the most visible sites in Southampton. It's a very small lot size. It's a very narrow lot width. The closest house to the neighbours in the entire area, if you measure structures between properties, these are the two closest buildings in the entire neighbourhood. And the neighbouring structures are also some of the shortest in the area. Let's just go on to chart 10, if you would. If you allow this house to be built, it will be one of the tallest houses ever built in Southampton. And I want to repeat that. It will be one of the tallest houses ever built in Southampton. Now remember how we're measuring this. Remember my flip comment about how tall are you? We're measuring above natural grade. Above natural grade, the only house that exceeds this is 40 Meadow Lane. And you know about 40 Meadow Lane. And 40 Meadow Lane exceeds it by 3 feet. Just 3 feet. Now, there's a couple of houses that we didn't have information for that are on the bottom of this chart. Let's go into chart 11. Let's look at chart 11. No other village or town would allow this house. I want to repeat that. No other village or town would allow this house. Why is that? Because it would break the law of all the other villages, and we looked at the 5 villages that the moratorium's looking at. It would break the law on average by 11 feet. In those other villages. 11 feet. It breaks your own moratorium law by 9 feet. It breaks East Hampton Town by 12 feet, Southampton Town by 12 feet, Sagaponic by 12 feet. And the pyramid law, we talked about the pyramid law. In addition, this building breaks the pyramid law in at least 2 other jurisdictions. And by the way, the assumption is that the pyramid law will start as it does in the rest of Southampton. But guess what? In some of the other jurisdictions, the pyramid law is actually more restrictive the bigger the lot areas. So when you get to bigger lot areas, the pyramid law becomes even more restrictive. And if it does become more restrictive, that assumption that this house meets the pyramid law likely won't stand. Let's take a look at chart 12. We showed you the neighbourhood. We explained why that's the neighbourhood. And all of those houses are the closest houses to this in the historic district. It would be the tallest house in the neighbourhood. I want to repeat that one more time. It would be the tallest house in the neighbourhood. This is proposed at 44 feet above natural grade. The only other building in the neighbourhood that is taller than it is the Bath Club, which is a public club, which is 48 feet above natural grade. Everything else is smaller, 44 feet above natural grade. Now, this chart actually includes guest houses on here, which are smaller. That brings the average down a little bit, but it's not relevant. The reason we include guest houses is because guest houses are an important part of this neighbourhood. That's what the historic district is about. It has guest houses. Let's take a look at chart 13. The distance between the neighbouring houses is the shortest in the neighbourhood. The distance between my guest house and their proposed house is the shortest. So you can imagine what's going to happen if you have the largest house with the shortest distance. That house towers over my guest cottage. Let's take a look at chart 14. This is an elevation diagram. This is required by the ARB. It was never presented to the ARB, but it's required by the ARB. So we did our own. You actually see that my guest cottage sits lower down on sea level. So not only is it 22 feet high, it's 2 feet lower because of the natural grade. So this house towers over my guest cottage. I want to talk to you a little bit about neighbourhood harmony. And this is things over which the applicant doesn't have a lot of control. The lot size is too small. This is the third smallest lot size in that historic district. And by the way, when you calculate lot size, the beachfront properties cheat, because about 25% of their lot size is the beach, and you can't build on the beach. But when you measure acreage, you measure up to the high water mark, which to me is bizarre because you don't really own that property. But the average lot size in that area is 3.75 acres. This is 2.1 acres. My own is 2.8 acres. Mark, I want to get on to what you talked about earlier. Let's take a look at building envelopes, because your point is absolutely right. My house cheats as well, but it cheats because that's the way it is, right? I mean, it's pre-existing non-conforming. If you take a look at this house, it fills the building envelope to the limit. It's already got variances on the front of it from the wetlands setback. If you...
It has a variance for septic.
No, it has a variance from the wetlands as well. It has a 12.5-foot variance at the front of the house from the wetlands, and it has a second variance for the septic. The septic it has a variance for is on the north side.
Positive, because the septic upgrade is a good thing.
Absolutely right. Yeah, absolutely right. And by the way, I actually approved or agreed with that septic change at the zoning board, because you're right, it's a good thing. That variance is from the dune. This variance at the front of the house is from the wetlands. An argument could be made, given the pollution in Old Town Pond, that setback, is something the ZBA should have thought twice about. Let's just take a look at the next page. The next page shows my house actually in their building envelope. Now, I have a family the same size as the Grossmans. My own house is just over half the size of theirs, but my own house fits in with the size and scale of the neighbourhood. Theirs doesn't. So in the building envelope, my house easily fits. Let's take a look at chart 18, lot width. Could I just ask that we're not interrupt?
Yeah, just if... Okay, all right. Okay, yeah.
Sorry, yeah. John, you're saying it, you're not commenting on it. Can I finish and John can rip this apart after, just let me finish, I want to get you out of here.
But what I would like is that when we are showing the diagrams, if you could turn it and show it to the audience and to the camera, because...
I have promised Charlie that I'll give this to him at the end, and I've already given him a copy of the video. Yeah, no, I understand.
Only fair to everybody in the audience. The police is back there, and he's really...
We'll make sure we do that. Let's get on to chart 18. The lot width is too narrow. Of the 21 properties in the neighbourhood, this ranks as one of the narrowest in lot width. Okay? So, and this is a pretty wide house. This house is 100 feet wide. So if you have a narrow lot width and a wide house, guess what happens? It's the third widest in terms of percentage in the whole neighbourhood. So this house is breaking the boundaries of the neighbourhood. Now I might need a little bit of expertise, extra help here, okay? Let's just turn to chart 20. Chart 20, I challenged Rick, who you know, to come up with a house that would be 5 feet lower, but wouldn't lose any space, at all, and would, still retain the same building footprint. This is Rick's design on page 20, and the green bit at the back is the extra 5 feet on top of the other house. So you can see from this depiction, what is negligible to the applicant, I would submit, is hugely important to me.
Show the, for the camera.
That's 5 feet lower than the current proposal. And that only breaks the moratorium by 4 feet. And by the way, it can be a lot more attractive. If you take a look at the next page, this is 5 feet lower, but it's an attractive house, I think. And let's skip through to page 22. It doesn't even have to break the moratorium. Page 22 shows you a house on Meadow Lane which would actually comply with the moratorium. If you built that house today, it would comply with the moratorium. And by the way, you could expand it lengthwise, but it complies with the moratorium.
Where's your basement elevation and where's your...
Could John ask the questions later? If you needed an explanation, Mark.
Okay.
Mark, if you want an explanation, I'm happy to give it to you.
No,
Tell me.
No, you're presenting to the board. I'm going to give Mr. Bennett an opportunity to come up and ask the board or respond to anything. So,
Yeah. Just let me tell you that anything that I say that is architecturally bound, Rick is here and he will justify. Those measurements are Rick's. He will tell you anything. And Rick is designing for you the new ambulance station. Let me just tell you, from the bottom of the base, where you see that white line going across, to the top of the ridge is 24 feet 10 inches. That will fit in the moratorium. So let's just get on to section 5 really quickly, the summary. This house is not in harmony with the character of the area or the neighbours. What do the characteristics of the house include? It's the highest house. It's the closest to the neighbours. It's a small lot size. It's a narrow lot width. It's the widest house, or the third widest house for lot size. It also happens to have a large living area, although we didn't show that. So, how is it in harmony? Is it in harmony in height above grade? No. Harmony in distance from neighbours? No. Does it tower? Yes, it towers. Use of the building envelope? Full. Width over lot width? A lot. And what about privacy to neighbours? Well, there is no privacy for the pool. There's no privacy for the bedrooms in the guest house. And, you can deny the existence of that guest house, but under the ARB code, it talks about buildings. And, I have guests who travel from a long way away to stay in my guest house, and I think they have rights as I have rights there. The size of the balcony is huge. And by the way, if you take a look at the model, there's no reason why that balcony actually needs to be there. There's a second balcony, even bigger, which they could easily transfer it to on the other side of the house. That's an architectural issue. That's not for you. The height issues are really for you. I want to finish up just by handing out another book. And I'll be brief, because I know. Hopefully you're finding this a little interesting.
The moratorium will be over by the time.
I'm sorry, Bill.
The moratorium will be over by the time you...
That's the goal. I'm sorry about this, but I do think it is important that you get these facts.
No,
No, I love the way you guys run the meetings. I wish there were more that were, had a little bit of levity in them. Okay, just take a look at chart 2 in this book. This is an aerial view. This just shows how narrow the lots are. Why are the lots narrow? Well, let me tell you why. In 1882, Dr. Thomas lived in Halcyon Lodge. Dr. Thomas bought this lot, he split it into 2, and he actually made 2 rental cottages, and he put them on the top of the dune. Those 2 rental cottages. One of them exists today, mine. The other one was swept away in the 1938 flood. So that cottage of mine, let me tell you a little bit about it. It's the original structure. It's had variances through the years, but it's the original structure. There have been use variances, nothing else. It's in Sally's book, Sally Spanberg's book, and also there is very strong evidence, which we're trying to track down at the moment, just out of interest, that Franklin Roosevelt stayed in that cottage 3 times. And this is not the main house, this is the cottage. So that cottage has a lot of historical connections. I wanted to show you just a couple of the still shots, and Nancy, again, my apologies for this. This is not intentional. This is because we didn't have time to actually make these look, prettier than they are. I'm trying to give you a sense of the height being very imposing. And I'm trying to give you a sense that there is no privacy with this house, and that's because of the height. There's no privacy over the pool. I mean, just take a look at that pool. No other balcony overlooks a pool in that historic district. And screening is impossible. I want to address screening. The garages are actually on my side of the building, so screening opportunities are very limited. There's room for 1 tree. That tree is going to be a 20 to 25 foot London plane tree. But the privet is already at 14 feet there, 12 to 14 feet. That one 20 to 25 foot tree is not going to provide any protection whatsoever. Let's just take a quick look at chart 6, which compares my house and my guest cottage with the rest, with the new 450 Gin Lane. The lot size, 2.8 acres for 466, 2.1 for 450. The lot width, 174 feet, we're actually the same width. Living space, mine is, if you add in the guest cottage, which I did, it's about 4,500 compared to 7,800 for the new house. Living space per acre, mine is 1,600, which is about average for the area, versus 3,700. That's living feet per acre. Remember those acreage calculations. If you're on the ocean front, the acreage is overstated because of the beach. House width, my house is 42 feet wide. This house is 100 feet wide. Percentage of lot width, mine's 24%. This is 58%. The height from grade, mine is 34 and 22. Theirs is 44. What about the allowable GFA? Well, that's an argument for another day. I just want to conclude by just correcting one mistake that I think John had made at the last meeting when he'd said that mine was the only opposition to this. In the ARB meetings, there were probably about 30 people. There's one letter that has 18 people. There were about 30 people who spoke against this at the ARB meeting, but the design changed. And you're right, that was a great thing the moratorium did, because I think we all agree that that style house fits far better than the other one. It's just too big. So this time around, it's not just me. I have included in the back of the book about 20 to 30 names of residents who are opposed to this. You can read your own letter. You can read these letters, at your own time. But you'll see. Let's see if I can pick a couple of them out. Paul Norman. I'm opposed to the new development and would like the existing moratorium to remain in place. Martha Zaxalis. I hope the village trustees will support the opposition of many neighbours and friends and recognise that they have a duty to preserve what little is left of the beautiful village of Southampton. Let's see if I can pick a couple of others out. Susan and Jimmy Dunn. Both my husband and I are opposed to the new development at 450 Gin Lane. The towering height of the proposed house particularly upsets us, and we are in agreement with the rest of our neighbours that height should be in keeping with surrounding homes. And I just want to remind you what John said. I think he was quoting Coleman versus Corman. He said, letters of support are an indication that there is no impact. Well, letters of support or letters of objection, I think, can be taken to mean the worse. There is massive opposition to this. I can tell you, some guy called Jim Nugent, who is a wonderful guy, cycles up my driveway the other day, parks his bicycle against my privet, gets off and says to me, Neil, please keep doing this wonderful job that you're doing because we can't allow this to be built. Sue Draghi says, good luck with your efforts on behalf of us all. Let me see if I can pick a couple more. Jim McFarlane. In any case, my wife and I are on your side. You're free to read a copy of this in the meeting. I would think they just might be ready to place into effect a sensible solution to the oceanfront height. And all of these people, by the way, are from Murray Place, Wyandanch, Gin Lane. It's that area, Old Town Road, the folks who can see this development across the river there. I actually got one that came in at 4 o'clock this afternoon, so I just want to hand that one in. I've not really had a chance to incorporate that, but Steve, if I can just hand that in there. Thank you. That's just another one that came in. So there is massive opposition to this. And Herb Allen actually says it best of all. I'm just going to see if I can find his letter. He says, and it's very simple, without prejudice against or for any particular project, I support a building moratorium until a new law is passed. So in other words, you've put in the moratorium, let's keep the moratorium. It's doing a great job. And just some feedback that I have on the moratorium, I think it's great that they're having a public meeting on December the 4th. And I also hear that the guy who's doing it is exceptionally talented. He's been very impressive to, some of the people who've already talked to him. So, this proposal, if you allow it to go ahead, will be a very visible legacy. It will be right out there. It will be very tall, and it will have a permanent impact. If you allow it to stay in the moratorium, it will, at worst, affect the applicant for 3.5 months. And by the way, if they still feel really badly about it, they can actually apply for an exemption to the new law, whatever it is, if they think they've got a strong case. So, all is not lost. My request to you is that you keep it in the moratorium, and that's the request of many other neighbours. I actually, just in finishing, asked Rick if he could design a house that would have the same building envelope, not lose any square feet. How much taller could he get it down by? And he thought 7.5 feet. At 7.5 feet, it's only 1.5 feet over the moratorium. And he is happy to talk to any planners or engineers about that if he wants to. There are alternatives to this that won't affect the living space at all. Thank you, and I'm sorry it's longer than 3 minutes.
Jeff Bragman for Neil Smith. I just want to add something quickly, and that is that the design guidelines that the village enacted and adopted back in 2000 apply to the historic district and have been used for the last 14 years. And they clearly indicate that in evaluating whether a structure is harmonious or not, the board is obligated to show that new construction is harmonious with the immediate historic surroundings. It doesn't distinguish the type of building. It doesn't say a guest house can't be historic and a principal house is historic. It says you're supposed to look at the immediate surrounding historic structure. So it's not appropriate, and it violates the guidelines to just pass over the guest houses and say they don't count, they don't matter. In addition, the Village Historic Guide for Homeowners, which is a shorter publication that was put out by the village, also indicates very clearly that it has a before you begin section. It's a very practical little pamphlet, and it says you should be looking around for identifying features in the neighborhood and the immediate environs. So again, it doesn't distinguish. The cottages, as Neil has explained, are contributing historic properties on both sides, and they're entitled to be taken into consideration in the evaluation of whether this is appropriate or not just skipped over. And the fact that Neil's house is built closer to the lot line is that happens to be what that historic building looks like. That is the historic, setting that the new owner that wants to build new construction is supposed to take into account and ensure that his design is sensitive to what's there, not just flying over them saying they're guest houses and therefore they don't count. They do count. Thank you.
I honestly don't know where to begin. We'll start with the guest house. The guest house was originally a garage with a second-story apartment that was converted to a guest house. If you were to do any kind of 50% reconstruction or renovation on that house, it would have to be FEMA compliant, which means it would have to be raised to a first floor elevation of 19, because it's also in the V17 zone. Let's also start with the balconies. Mr. Smith's house, and we submitted that on the record at the last meeting, has balconies on both the ocean side, our side, and the north side. Extensive balconies. I'm not going to bore you. It's in the record. You've already seen it. Let's also start with his house. His house, we've been nice. We've been saying that it's actually 34 feet exposed. His house also includes a garage area. I don't know if any of the board members went over there. The garage entrance is at an elevation of 12.8. So it's actually 43 feet of the house is exposed on one side of the house, on the side on the garage side, on the parking area right there at Old Town Pond. So it's at elevation 12.3 up to 52.3 feet. That's 43 exposed. That's just 1 foot off of us. And that's 40 feet. Mr. Bragman has mentioned 44 feet exposed from average existing grade. Did not take into account any of the fill that we got approval from the ZBA. We're bringing our front entrance court up to 19. It's not going to be this thing as they depicted, sticking out of the ground, not matching with its neighbors. There was a variance that was submitted for Mr. Neal's house at the last meeting.
I
Yes.
just want to talk about the fill real quick. That was one of the discussions we're having up here about. So, have they submitted anything in reference to the ZBA for fill? Are you going to submit stuff to the ZBA to bring?
We already have approval for it.
Already got approval.
We have an approved fill plan, fill and planting plan and grading plan.
Could I see a copy of that,
At
please?
1.5 feet.
Oh, I'd like to
Excuse
just
me.
see a copy of it, please, thanks.
And the reason the ZBA was very careful to minimize the amount of fill.
John, microphone.
There you
The
go.
ZBA,
Okay, sorry about that.
the zoning board of appeals was very careful to minimize the amount of fill, unlike the Smith house, where a massive amount of fill was brought in. The Smith house it sits on a mound almost 19 feet above sea level. I find this bizarre, that we've been so environmentally sensitive, and our house is, they can keep on saying it's taller, it's not. Their house is taller than ours, but they have the temerity to come in and throw stones at this house. This house is lower than their house, unequivocally. It's much more environmentally sensitive, less fill, as opposed to what the Smith house did. Not only does it sit on top of the dune, but additional fill was brought in during the construction. This house is almost totally seaward of the coastal erosion hazard line. I'm sorry, Melissa.
That's okay,
Okay,
no
if you,
problem.
hold on, just give us a chance to look
Yep.
at the,
Actually, Jerry, do we have the front elevation that has the fill brought in? Well, do we have anything that shows the topography on it? Just from the beach side. No, I'm saying from the street, we don't have it, we do have the planting plan. Can you get me the planting plan, please? Okay, that actually,
bringing it up to
Show
12
the-
feet,
show the one, this next one.
12 feet.
That made the deck.
Yeah, go back to that there, but, no, the one that has the topography.
This is at 6.
Next one.
Can you tell us how much fill are you bringing in?
I have to look at, wait.
Okay.
Yeah.
Foot and a half.
And the reason
Okay, sorry.
the reason we're doing that, we're limiting the amount of fill, is because of the existence of the wetlands across the street. It's not like many of the homes on Meadow, where you can bring in quite a bit of fill. For example, I'll give you a great example, which I was able to use one not only before the Zoning Board of Appeals last Thursday, but also before the Supreme Court. For example, the Dean House across from the Meadow Club, the grade started at 6. They ended up at 15, which is why that house is way up here, okay? We can't do that because we're being more sensitive to the wetlands across the street, which, strangely enough, we're being criticized for.
I also have the numbers for you. The amount of fill within 125 feet, the 125-foot wetland setback is 242 cubic yards. The total amount of fill being brought in is 1,414 cubic yards.
We just wanted to know the height.
Mhm.
So that would be.
What's the natural grade in there now?
The average natural grade is 8. That's why everybody's saying these numbers, because that's the way in the moratorium. What is average existing grade? Now, you also have to remember, though, that's taken from the front of the house and it's on a hill.
Right.
So it's a little misleading.
Well, it's 8 at the front, it's
Mhm.
11, 12 in the back.
Correct.
Right.
It's 14 at the base of the roof, is that correct? 13 or 14 at the base of the
I believe so.
Yeah, at the coastal erosion line, it's,
13, 14. You said 14.
yeah.
Mhm.
Coastal erosion line is like 13, 14 feet,
Mhm.
right in there. Okay.
Bless you.
All right. Thanks.
No problem. Do you want to keep that?
Yeah, actually, if
Okay.
you could. Okay,
Mhm.
thanks.
I also want to note that the Smith House in December 16, 2002 was granted extensive variances. I'm going to quote. It says, "The existing location of the main house is substantially nonconforming with respect to dune setback and coastal erosion hazard area requirements." So even though I said, although the new location will still be non-conforming location, it'll be more conforming. So they actually moved it before. And the result, the condition,
What's the date of that?
this is 2002.
They moved
And-
what, the house?
They moved the house. The house was relocated, but not to a conforming location. In fact, the number one in the stipulation is, there shall be no future addition and to or enlargement of the reconstructed main house without the approval of this board if such future addition or enlargement is proposed at a non-conforming location. In other words, they want to do anything to make their house our size, they would be required to put it into a conforming location. Correct, which would be pretty much in line with us. There was also, and I believe we submitted all these at the last hearing, I'm sorry for inundating you with paperwork also, but it shows you the amount of fill they brought in to bring the pool in. The pool was raised 4 feet. So you have a house that's been put on fill, you have a pool that's been put on fill, and we also have a house that has 3 balconies, and yet we're being told we have creepy balconies, which I find quite humorous, actually. The one thing that does not change in all this, again, is the ridge height. I mean, we can talk about building heights all day, the ridge height, we're still lower. One of the things I'd like to bring up again is the sky plane. Jerry, can we bring the sky plane up? And while he's looking it up, I just want to make a correction, too. The town of Southampton does pyramid law. It's FEMA +2, then a 45-degree angle. So it was misstated before, among other things. But
I will attest you, the town of Southampton takes the 45 degree.
It's-
Takes the 45 degree.
Well, 1 second, just come on up to,
The town of Southampton takes the 45-degree angle from the base floodplain elevation.
+2.
Yeah, sorry, it was East Hampton and Sagaponack that it breached. It wasn't Southampton.
No, you said Southampton
Actually,
town.
Sagaponack takes the height. In the height definition section, I was looking at it the other day, Sagaponack takes the height from the base floodplain elevation. Excuse me?
I can.
Sagaponack takes...
here.
Well, if this is
Okay.
important, Mark, we can submit data.
No.
So this
I'm-
again is.
I'm worried about,
I hate this microphone, you know that. We're re-showing again the sky plane, which shows the average existing grade +5 at the 45-degree angle, which we comply with. Also, this time, we didn't bring last time, we have a board with the proposed planting plan. I have copies to submit to the board also. If I could find them. Okay.
They have it on the other handout.
I don't know if, no, it's actually not in the handout. This is different. Can I bring this with me? This is annoying. Thank you. Okay. Here I am, Tony Robbins or something. So here I'd like to show the extent, there's an existing privet hedge here. We have London plane trees that are going to be here. This is the native wetlands buffer over here. And this here is a cross-section, and we actually have handouts of this also. Our architect was nice enough to put together a cross-section of what the line of sight would actually look like. So this is from the pool with the 4 feet of elevated grade, and even with the trees and everything, you're still back here. Again, this is the only place where we have a second floor balcony. Of course, if you're spending $18 million, you're going to want to look at the ocean from your bedroom.
It's also worth noting that that balcony is off the master bedroom. It's not off of a public space. This is two people using that balcony off of their bedroom.
Jerry, could you explain what rooms are on the east side of the house?
The house has been, based on the envelope that was available to design the house, the private areas of the home, the master bedroom suite, their office, the guest bedroom, those were located on the eastern side, which is really, as the envelope lays out because of its shape, is really the kind of the best location for them. The more public spaces, the family room, the dining room, the kitchen, even for that matter, and the pool, were pushed to the southwest, further away from the adjacent neighbor.
And that was purposeful.
And there's 2 linden trees that impact that specific balcony.
So the video that you saw...
Wait. Take the microphone. I don't want to get yelled at.
Yeah, the one thing that was quite deceptive about the video is it doesn't show trees. And there's obviously, the trees will be planted at the day they're put in are 20 to 25 foot tall trees. These are not minor elements. And it's critical. I mean, it's part of a package of a design. You don't design in a vacuum. You design with the regulations that are around you. You design in coordination with a great team of people, with a landscape architect and everybody involved in that process, and the civil engineering and the land planning associated with it. So it's not proper to show something that is a shingle-style house that you guys are all familiar with out here as a white paper model. This is not a Richard Meyer building. This is a building that's in keeping with the character of Southampton. It is, they said it fills the envelope, but it doesn't, actually. It's quite shy of the envelope. It has first floor spaces as far as terraces that complete part of that envelope, but anything that has volume is substantially back from the buildable envelope. It could be bigger. There's certainly room for that, but that's not the intention of what they're trying to do here. They're not trying to build some Taj Mahal. They're building a reasonable house for their family.
Actually, this was part of the interplay at the Zoning Board of Appeals. My voice is loud enough. The house could be substantially bigger, but it's a beach house, and we wanted to have the Grossmans wanted to have areas for outside use. So the house is under the FAR, and indeed the house is 1,000 square feet, at least 1,000 square feet less than the house that was originally designed. And again, that was purposeful to come before the board, to make this board understand that we're building something in the character of the community and not piggish, far from piggish.
Just on a math note, the balconies are actually not 600 square feet. That number was even a third higher than they actually are.
Well, that's what was disheartening is I don't know what was shown to these people who wrote these letters of opposition. Nobody called my office and asked to see anything. I don't know if Mr. Funch had people come in to look at the plans that were actually on file. But what was shown is very misleading with regard to not showing the grading of the fill. That was approved already by the Zoning Board of Appeals. With regard to the ARB, it was 6 hearings. We had to go to the ZBA beforehand. There was no opposition at the ZBA. Again, we worked with the ZBA. We dropped the fill amount so we would, for the wetlands, we were working with the village. This has been going on for over 8 months now. The other thing I'd like to note, a couple things actually. Our house has now been brought down 1,000 square feet from modern to this. Right now we have about a GFA of 7,734 square feet. One house, that's it, because that's where our building envelope is. Now, our neighbor, 466, Mr. Smith's house, as we've all heard, none of his house or his guest house conform. He has a 5,447 square foot main house and a 2,468 square foot guest house. So his lot is smaller than ours, I have 86,248 based on GIS, and yet his living area is 7,915 square feet. It's broken into 2 houses. The last thing I'd like to touch on really quickly is the fact that I was kind of flabbergasted about this, that we are the tallest house in a historic district. As you know, I was here representing 22 Gin Lane at the last hearing, which we got an exemption for. I provided this chart, which I'm going to submit again, which had lots that are on Fairleigh Road that are higher than us. I have 5 Fairleigh Road at 53 feet. I have 8 Fairleigh Road, which is at 64.5 feet. It blows my mind, I hate to say it that way, that to be so quantitative when we all know the historic district. If you want us to talk about wide houses, look at Sugarman. Sugarman got approved. That's in the historic district. We could be here and we could pick and choose, but for this lot, our clients did everything possible. They went to the ZBA, they went to the IRB, they heard the village about the modern, they switched from modern to traditional. Please don't put these people through anymore. I think they've drawn a pound of flesh. I think they would really love to start building and become part of the community. And I will submit this to the record.
This taking 7 feet off the house is just absurd.
Yeah, I think that
it's essentially a misrepresentation.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what the ceiling heights are. Maybe Rick can respond to that. But one of the things that I spent my weekend doing, based on Mr. Smith's request, was to say, he said, I want it 5 feet lower. So I took the time to go through those, knowing that.
I want to preface this by saying, talk about.
John, you have to come to the microphone.
Talk about trying to accommodate the concerns of the neighbor. The architect we gave Mr. Smith essentially free rein to speak to our architect. It's unheard of in any application that I've ever handled, just to try to come to some sort of understanding. The real fact, I think it's quite obvious, is that Mr. Smith doesn't want anything built there.
That's absurd, John.
Just to step back to that, the request was put to us to say, can we lower the house by 5 feet? So we took the givens. The flood zone is what it is at 17. You've got an additional 2 feet of freeboard for hopefully mechanicals and structure to get underneath that. A reasonable ceiling height in this location, given the land value and where we are, I set it at 10 feet. We took 18 inches of structure for the next run. We have a 6-foot knee wall on the second floor. This is not some massive building on the second floor. The knee wall is at 6 feet.
What's the height on the second floor?
Second floor ceilings are up into the roof structure are essentially at 9 feet. So above that, I have to have mechanical equipment. I would be in a lot of trouble if they called me in the summer and said, why is it so hot in this house? So I said, well, you had no room for mechanical equipment. So with a drop of 5 feet, it allows you 2.5 feet from the ridge to the top of the ceiling structure. You can't fit an air handler in there. So there's no room to do mechanical equipment. I'm not sure what other kind of magic someone else is doing to be able to lower it lower than that. Maybe it's, I think what was suggested to me was 8-foot ceilings. That's great. That's not where we are with the value of the property that's in front of us. That's not appropriate for where we are. And I think it's remiss to approach things in that manner. We actually even did that study.
I got a question.
Go ahead.
So with, at elevation 17 plus the 2 feet for the freeboard, so we're at 19. And then you say finished first floor at
19 is the bottom of the structure. We're at 21.5 for the first finished floor. Yeah.
Well, the VE's at 17 feet.
Right.
Okay.
Then there's 2 feet to the
2 feet to the freeboard. Okay, so you're at 19 feet.
That's the bottom of lowest structural member.
Okay. And then so you've got 2.5 feet of
structure and hopefully mechanicals underneath there
and stuff like that. So
right.
So there's no like ifs, ands, or
there's not so, yeah, it's not some we're not doing something extravagant to get to those numbers.
I just want to clear that up, and because somebody's going to look at this and they're going to say, well, finished first floor, why can't you finish first floor be at 19 feet?
If they allowed us glass on both sides and we could open up the house wide open and catch the breezes and maybe not have air conditioning, I'd lower it a little bit. Yeah, but I think the glass thing didn't fly well.
No, it didn't fly at all. So,
but understand, I want to be sure, it's a VE 17, you got to add
right.
2 for freeboard,
right.
and then you have to have a
Space.
floor package. Because the 19 in a VE zone, unlike the AE, in an AE zone, the base floodplain plus 2 is where your first floor elevation
Right.
is. That's the floor you're standing on.
Yeah.
In a VE zone, your lowest horizontal structural member has to be the required base floodplain elevation plus 2. In this case, 19. Then you need a floor package.
Right.
So
Yeah.
that's why you're up
No,
there.
it's-
I actually appreciated the video. I actually have our model in that same program, completed with windows and everything, so I could fit it in there. Because for me, when he did the drive down the street after he got out of the helicopter view, showed a 1.5-story house above the privet. And that's really what seems to be ignored in all these conversations, is that the Hamptons it's 12-foot to 14-foot high privet everywhere. And when you step back as far as you do to the end of Old Town Pond and look across, any ability for you to have perspective of one building being closer to the other is gone. And I think to Melissa's point is the height is the height is the height. This house is lower than his house. It's lower than the adjacent house. So when you're at the other end of Old Town Pond or you're skating around, it's gonna look lower. You're too far away to have that immediate perspective. The other thing that the video did was it stopped on some height, helicopter hovering height, with our client's home in front and his house in the background. Well, of course it's going to look bigger. I wanted to see the one fly around to the other side and put yours in front. My guess is it'll look pretty big. So there's a lot of deception in that. The elevations that were shown of the house are inaccurate. They show based off of a flat grade plane, and they don't show what is being developed from the site, pretty extensive site plan that's been put together by the landscape architect. The owners don't want this house, sticking out of the ground. Everybody's desire is to have these things brought down to the ground. It's one of the reasons that we have an eave line that is substantial. It's almost at the same height as the second floor deck, and that's the goal is to nestle these things down to the ground as best you can, given the regulations and the rules that are in front of you.
What's the distance from the street to the front wall there, you know?
You're at 37.5. How much? That's the wetland setback.
Well, from the
Front yard setback.
front yard setback. I'm actually, the distance from the road to the front of the house.
Well, when you say the road, Mark, I mean, you mean the right-of-way or the paved portion of the
I'm
road?
talking about the paved portion of the road.
Well, the front yard setback is,
Property line, do the property line, if that's what you have.
You'll probably have that on there, you don't have to.
it's 81.4 feet. 81? I thought
There was, it's about, when we went to the ZBA, the prior house was actually closer to the street, and there was also some greenhouses and sheds that were, and also concrete driveway that was removed. So they did give us to that setback. So we don't encroach more than the current house that's there that's set to be demolished.
84 and a half, sorry.
It's 81.
I don't want to
The survey is very messy, but it's 81.
84, it's 84.6.
Okay.
And it's also worth noting that the building never hits that setback. It's further away than that. That's the setback, but we never got to it. Each wing is held back from that setback.
And there's about, there's probably about 10 foot of pavement. There's about 10 foot of right-of-way before you get to the actual
Right,
pavement.
yeah.
Actually, Jerry's correct too, because this is a new site plan. We have not yet put this on a survey pending the discussion. So that's, Jerry says 84, it's 84.
Okay.
And this incorporates all the planting plan.
Right.
Can I just ask you one quick question? With this model and how it's got what looks like basement beneath the real house, what did you say about the fill? Is there any fill that's going to be brought up against that model, or will it look like that?
Jerry, can you show this beach side? This model is so misleading, I can't even begin to tell you, because it doesn't take into account the dune. There's a dune there.
You're talking about
From the water side.
But let's talk about the street side.
The street side, based upon the planting plan that the grading plan.
That's water side perspective.
The water side. I believe.
It's worth noting, this is in the same program that they were using to create the flyby.
Right.
It's just
Correct.
the perspective is standing on the ground, which I think he said was important.
I believe they have the courtyard on the, Mark, I think I gave you my copy of the planting plan is about at 19. There should be some elevations there. Again, we had to drop it down to reduce the fill. It was higher, but I don't have it in front of me because I gave it to you.
Here, you want to, here,
I gave it to you.
take
Can I
that.
borrow it?
Yeah, sure. Okay.
It's actually. We had originally had the parking car up higher. We've actually kept it pretty low. It goes to 7 to 8 right at the front. And again, this is the old plan, so we haven't incorporated the new plan, but it looks like it's about elevation 9 to 9.5, 10 at the beginning of the house. So the grade will be brought up to 10, which is only 2 feet higher than what's there right now. And then again, the back area, we're going to be, it's going to come up and match where the existing dune is. It goes, if you follow this, it goes up to a grading of
Impervious.
12.8. It goes on a continue. It's still going to have a nice slope, but it's going to be up about 2 feet higher than what's existing.
But Bill, just to answer your question, this isn't basement.
Yeah.
I can't have any habitable space. I can't have any mechanicals. I
No.
can't have anything
Okay.
below the base flood plan.
Can you landscape around?
Yeah, we have.
We have.
Exists, yeah.
But if you're asking, can we bring in more fill? We can't because of the wetlands concerns.
But if you landscape it,
Well, we have, there's a very extensive landscape plan by Chris
Can I have
LaGuardia.
it? Yeah. If you look at the landscape plan here, this is the front. There, the 12-foot high privet here. These are all native wetlands plants. We have some trees. We have here the panicum. We have another tree here to break it up. But at the base here is HP, which is
And by the way,
hydrangeas right here. So it's all going to be, and we had for the renderings for the ARB, we had the contemporary design. You could pretty much, the base was hidden. And of course, if the board would want us to put more, but again, that's an architectural, if the architectural review board wants us to put more plantings, we can always do more plantings.
however, I know one of our palette of permissible plants towards the front was limited because Chick Voorhees, the landscape, the village wetlands consultant was very concerned about the use of certain types of plants. You can't, as Jerry said, this stuff doesn't happen in a vacuum. There are a lot of laws, particularly wetlands preservation laws, that have been that have an impact on this property, and this is why you see the development as such. Again, if this was, for example, the Dean House across the street from Meadow Lane, they trucked in, started at 6 feet, went up to 15 feet. This Ed Hollander design, they took in 9 feet of fill on that whole piece of property. We don't have that opportunity, because you have another law, and by the way, the Village Wetlands law says that if there's a conflict between that law and any other law, that law is supposed to prevail. But again, I don't want, this looks like it's some, sarcophagus or some sort of, it looks like it's basement underneath it. I can't have any habitable space. I can't have anything under there.
This is all grade coming up. That's one of the things about the trees. That's why we couldn't put any more trees here, because there's not many freshwater wetland trees that'll take the saltwater tolerant. We were given permission, and I say permission because at first to put the linden trees that you see to provide screening, because originally Mr. Voorhees wasn't going to allow us to do that either.
That was a fight.
That was a fight.
The reason why I ask about landscaping, what we've been shown here is this house that is in your face, basically, right in the middle of nothing. But we all know landscaping goes in and it changes all of that. And landscaping brings height down. It doesn't, you don't look at it the same way once the landscaping goes in.
It's a good point because it adds
Silverman
scale.
House is a prime example of that.
Yeah, Sugarman.
Sugarman, sorry, Sugarman.
Sugarman's house, when it was being built, they had so many calls of like, now you don't even see it, and it's absolutely fantastic, so.
I'll give you another example of that, if I may, is the Dolph House on the north side, on the bay side of Meadow Lane. And when that house was first constructed, the zoning board of appeals actually said, we made a mistake because they thought there was too much relief granted. When all the landscaping grew in, they changed their mind. Well, there's Sugarman.
Well, no, this is what the original.
I'm sorry, the original design.
The original
I'm sorry.
design, and that gives you an idea of the landscaping.
Right.
Which isn't changing. So, that's, and this is, it's all going to grow in. This is the back. And again, you have a traditional, what is the basement you're looking at?
On the building itself?
Correct.
The lowest base course, which is currently thought of as just being a natural cedar board to silver out, which is a great thing out here.
Which is very similar. If you go down Meadow Lane on the bay side, you have all those elevated houses. Very similar. You have the, if not the cedar, you have the lattice work. People use it for parking underneath the buildings.
And then again, I wanted to tell you, it's
Wait a second.
very, very deceiving, very, very, very half-truths, very, very deceiving, bordering on misrepresentation, some of the things that you saw in the opposition. A house is shown, this house can conform to the moratorium. It all depends upon where it is. I'll give you the example again. On Meadow Lane, right near Road D, the front of the house, 5 feet above sea level. If you go down to the house, the Sillerman house that was just sold, the grade there, the natural grade is about 15, 16 feet above sea level. So sure, you can put a house that's on that Sillerman lot. Sure, you can put a house that's not going to run into the moratorium at all because your starting off point is that much higher. So to say that take some, which is why I got rather upset when somebody showed, oh, this house can conform to the moratorium, with no information about what the grade is, what the base floodplain elevation requirements are, what the surrounding properties are. And again, so this is why I started out in my presentation by saying really what you have to look at is the houses on either side.
Actually, just to add on to that, everybody's talking about average existing grade. I've been doing this for over 20 years. I did Sugarman. I was involved in Sugarman. I was involved in Thompson Dean. I've been involved in numerous properties along Meadow Lane and everything. And we've brought fill to everyone. In fact, one of the jokes about the new FEMA law is that when they were having the public hearings, I met with the guys who were modeling it. The fact that they have any X zones on Meadow Lane on a barrier beach is a joke. And the reason they do is because there was 10 tons of fill brought in. There's never been so there's nothing left called average existing grade on developed property in Southampton Village in a FEMA zone. So you're saying average existing grade. If you want to go to average existing grade, let's go back to what the grade was in 1940. I mean, the last house on Meadow Lane for the longest time was the Maria, Villa Maria, until they created the road, Dune Road, out to Shinnecock East. The Coolacandis house, yes.
And all of those properties down at the end of Meadow Lane, I should say, Meadow Lane towards the Suffolk County park down there. I've had this conversation with John Foster many times. A lot of them are in X zones. The house themselves is in an X zone, and the reason is because of this huge amount of artificial fill that was brought in, which is why, think about it, you have the Smith house at, 18.3 feet above grade, and with natural grade at 18.3, and we're at 8. So it's, I think it's obvious what's going on here.
I think one other question, because I think it's important to our client as well as Mr. Smith. He talks about privacy for his guests from the guest house. Given the height of that building and the height of the hedge, I would tell you that there's not a window you can look out without looking in the back of a hedge. It's 8 feet off the property line and looking into the back of a 14-foot high privet. If you look down along the side, if you look at the southern portion of that, you have a 14-foot tall privet running down the west side, and the first interruption you see is the 4 feet of fill, which is his pool. So there's a ton of privacy there. You have to actually get out and walk across the other side of his property to be able to see this home.
I think Mr. Grossman wants to say
Okay. Actually, Charlie needs to change the tape real quick, so.
All set? Hi, I'm the applicant. Bruce Grossman, although watching that presentation I got a little confused if I was the applicant or if somebody else was the applicant. I think it's easy to sit there when you have your house and your tennis court and your pool and your guest house and do everything you can to obstruct any progress that we could possibly make to have what we consider to be a relatively straightforward, nice house on a nice piece of property. We talked about a number of the constraints. I don't need to repeat them. This is not an overly large house. We have 4 sons. We have a dozen or so cousins in the area. This is a house that we built to be, and you can go through the interior of the house. There's nothing particularly fancy or outlandish here. We've got some common rooms, a kitchen, a dining room, a living room, all combined to make it as big as possible. We've got some rooms upstairs, some bedrooms upstairs. I don't even know, do we have the gym anymore, or did we get rid of that? We got rid of the gym. I had an office. Do I have my office anymore? I got rid of the office. It's 7,800 square feet, and there's nothing. We have a pool, and we have some outdoor living. Yes, we have a deck upstairs that's generous, but not absurd in any way. I think you can see that after what we've gone through over the past several months with this whole thing, that we have no desire to be able to see through the landscaping to our neighbor. As sad as that is, we have absolutely no desire to see over there, and we'll do what we need to protect ourselves. You know, my wife encourages me to be as nice and as open as possible. And against my better judgment, I went down that path again this weekend with Neil Smith to see if we could come to some favorable arrangement so that we could put this to an end. And he suggested that we lower our house by 5 feet and we get rid of this deck. Now, in the past, he suggested that we change our architecture completely, but over the weekend, he suggested that that wasn't one of his requirements, but I don't know why they were at the Architectural Review Board and every other meeting for the past year or 6 months or so, basically. So I made my architect available to him to see if we could resolve this issue of the height, because I thought we were talking about height. I thought this was a moratorium about height. And sure, architecture is involved, and we've dealt with the architecture issue. This is a beautiful design by a world-class architect. It fits in. I think it's all obvious to us if you have the right pictures and the right statistics and the right numbers, despite the fancy presentation and the slideshows. Our house fits in with the neighborhood. You could argue that it didn't before. We address that. It fits in. It does no one any harm. We have our rights. We've been through the zoning board. We have our rights to build this house. And I really strongly object to the strong inferences that no undue hardship has occurred in this situation. It's easy to sit here as an advisor and say no undue hardship has been done. And he has no ability to understand what hardship has been done, financially, emotionally, or otherwise. So I think it's a very subjective thing, and I think it's really objectionable that somebody would stand up and say that, you know, the time, the waste of money, the waste of other resources, the stress. We have no idea where this is going at this point. And we've had to live with that for several months while they dog us every step of the way. It's unusual. I'm sure you've never seen anything like it. I've never heard of anything like this. And we've just tried to do the right thing every step of the way. Lower house, better for everyone. Okay, don't like that architecture? In 2 weeks, redesign the house. Don't like that? We'll make you available to, our architect available to you so you can see if you can resolve our differences. There's no differences to be resolved here. This is all about not allowing us to build a house or pushing it out as far as possible. And hopefully that's transparent after the 60 to 90-minute show that you saw. And hopefully that reveals to you exactly what we're going through here. And I would ask you, I would plead with you that you close this and you rule in favor of giving us an exemption to this moratorium. because time is of the essence, and this is taking a substantial toll. Thank you.
Thanks. Right.
I'm Rick Stopp, local architect, and I find myself here in a fascinating conversation. I was asked by Mr. Smith to help him understand this better after he saw a video I produced for you guys for a project I'm working on in the village. And he thought it was appropriate that I had enough experience that I could put this together and help him understand the massing. And that was our conversation. I had felt two ways about it. First of all, I want to say that I have the utmost respect for Blaise McCoy as an architect, as a colleague, as a local. I've known him for years. And I think that the course of this design has come a long and significant way towards meeting the goals of the village. SRW, I also have the highest respect for. I've known their work, and I've looked at it again since, and in studying this, have come to appreciate what's been done here. To me, this is, it's more than about neighbor versus neighbor. It's more about what this means to the village of Southampton. You guys have had to listen tonight to what usually is presented to the Architectural Review Board. So that's a tough job. You get to know a little bit more intimately. And it's very difficult to decipher all of this stuff, especially when it comes to elevations above sea level, elevations above grade, where all these things are with respect to one another. It's very, very difficult for lay people, even people in the government who listen to this more often than most people, to really get a handle on this. But to me, it brought two things that are very important to the village into focus. And one was the idea of the historic district and what's the guidelines that are required for the historic district. And then the FEMA laws, the FEMA rules that are imposed on us as design professionals that make our jobs more and more difficult because we have to comply to base flood elevations and freeboard heights, and that lowers our limits. So I began to think about it in terms of the best thing that could be done in looking at what design alternatives might happen here. I think that SRW did a great job in going in the right direction. But is it all that can be done? I don't think it's really all that can be done. One of the first things that I looked at was the photograph, the Photoshop photograph that was taken from the dock on the pond. And although the lines are correct and the elevations are correct on that drawing, the representation in a photograph is not correct because it's really a 3D. It's a 3D photograph that has vanishing points. And when you study it in terms of the vanishing points, the image isn't correct. So although my Photoshop version of the model that I stuck on the photograph is a little bit harsh looking, it doesn't have windows, and it's certainly not as pretty as SRW's. What is correct is the proportions and the vanishing points. So the heights that you see relative to the neighbors are correct in that image. So also, I think I wanted to talk about the situation we have now where FEMA rules have changed and we're not allowed to add fill. Over the years, and I've been here for 30 years, I've watched Dune Road, Meadow Lane, Gin Lane change dramatically. And it's changed dramatically because we have been allowed to bring in fill. Many of these properties have been filled, and many of them, as you know, have been landscaped to the point where you can't even see the buildings. In some cases that's a good thing, in some cases not so good. We can use it to advantage and disadvantage. But to me, the biggest impact that this building has is not to Mr. Smith, but it's to the community. And I'm not even sure it's a negative one, but it's one that needs to be studied. And that is this height limit. The height limit that's required by the FEMA elevations, I think, is a very important factor on what's to come for Southampton Village. We hear every day how the ice caps are melting and the ocean's rising. Is it going to rise more? Will we be in trouble? Or is this FEMA zone going to change? If it does, it was brought up before, how high are these building envelopes going to get? So to me, it became a matter of importance for study for the village. And I think that it's important for you to keep this project in the moratorium. And believe me, with the utmost respect to the Grossmans, I've been on both sides of this fence. I know how stressful and frustrating and expensive it is to go through all of this stuff. But when I think about where the project was before and where it is now, I think it's come a long way and it's going in the right direction, but I don't think it's time to call the vote yet. I think it's important to hear what the engineers have to say and listen to the study, listen to that report on the 4th, and think very carefully about the impact of this stuff. I have a diagram to hand out. This is a section. There are 3 sections across the top, section cuts, and these are again diagrammatical, conceptual. They're not meant to be a representation of exactly what these buildings look like, but they do represent the heights of the proposed building. The one on the far left, both the top and the bottom image to the left, shows the building at its height from the floodplain +2 at 21.5 feet, a 10-foot floor to ceiling height, a 1.5 feet of structure, and the second floor at 9 feet. All of that's quite reasonable, and I agree with the architects that these are reasonable floor to ceiling heights for this area and this scale of building. The bottom picture shows the north elevation, or just the left part of the north elevation, again to scale. So it's 34 feet high. The next image, the center set of images, top and bottom, is a section on the top and the elevation, and it's lowered by 5 feet. What happens is, in this diagram, I left the floor-to-floor heights on the lower floor at 10 feet. I took 6 inches out of the second floor height, so it's 8 foot 6 inches, which would still allow for 8-foot doors and common heights. It's not unusual. In fact, I know of many of estate section houses that have 8-foot floor to ceilings on the second floor especially. So it's higher than some. And in order to get the ceiling heights, you have to do some things differently on the front elevation. So what I did at Liberty was to lower the gable so that it doesn't start as high, and the front of this building has in plan comes forward, so it allows us to do this. And in order to make up the head heights, I put a shed roof on both sides of the gable that are set back from the front. And I'm not doing this suggesting that this is what you do. I only did it diagrammatically to show that there are other solutions to the problem. As an extreme measure, to do the absolute best we can, on the right set of images, I'm showing a lowered ceiling, a 9-foot ceiling on the first floor, an 8-foot ceiling on the second floor. And again, these aren't my recommendations. They're only diagrammatic images of what could be done. And again, showing shed dormers to that are stepped back from that steeper gable, which gives us the traditional look. Last but not least, and not shown in diagram, there are other forms of tradition than 12-12 pitch roofs. Tradition goes a long way and very deep. There's traditional architecture that has very flat pitched roofs, like the Green and Green brothers on the West Coast, that has a very shallow pitched roofs that are very traditional, Asian inspired, beautiful craftsmanship, not unlike some of the work that my colleagues are doing. So I would suggest, as a local who may be on the other side of this fence tomorrow or next week or next month, that this board consider very carefully what this moratorium means and not just dismiss it because we've come this far. We've made some progress and we're now more conforming to the guidelines of the historic district. But this has a very big impact on how the village is going to perceive architecture, how we see these buildings as from the street side. There was some comments and discussion about how far this building is set back from the street. It's much closer to the street than many of these estate section buildings. So the perception is that it's taller. And when it really is allowed to be taller, based on these FEMA laws, it's going to make a big impact. So my recommendation would be to keep this. I'm sorry, Mr. Grossman, Mr. and Mrs. Grossman, that you have to go through this, but we all do this. As an architect, we do it. And sometimes we're denied at the Architectural Review Board. I was denied a Juliet balcony that was invisible from any neighbors because it was just sort of precedent at the time. I had to go back and argue it. It takes months, it takes time.
Why are you taking this roof, though, it's got nice peaks, and flattening it out like that? You're creating this. And so most of our village is like this. And so once we start doing this, what kind of impact is that going to have?
It will have an impact, but there are ways to mitigate that as well by bringing a dormer forward and using a steep pitch on a front dormer. But as it goes back, mitigate that with shed roofs and on this cross.
Chart 20 in the book shows that. Sorry to interrupt.
On the cross gable where it's not seen, it could almost be a flat roof because those aren't the things that we're looking at. We're looking at a front facade with a steeper angle. So I'm not saying that there's one or the other way. I'm saying there are many ways to be looking at this.
Because when I,
Lisa, let Rick look at this a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, do you have an image of that?
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
These are recommendations for
Right.
moratorium changes. I got to comply with either 27 or 35.
Right. That's, I recognize that. I recognize that.
Explain to them what you've done here.
This is the same thing? No, on this.
This is like a slightly, curved roof here. Instead, this is
Well, if they're talking about bringing roof height down, that's the discussion here. So then the question is, for me,
It's an ugly building.
I mean, I like the peaks. And then does the ARB, so if you take this, so if we give, so I'm just having the discussion right now of, the ARB historically has gone either for the nice peaks, and they haven't been big on flattening the roofs out. So here, we village board, if we chose to give relief on the moratorium, and then they present it in front of the ARB, would the ARB then turn around and say, we don't like the flatness of the roof? I don't know the answer to that. And so, that's that does impact, all the other.
This image, let me show you this one first because they're essentially the same thing. Show the camera, audience. This image is taken basically from the aesthetic of the design under consideration right now. This is a hand sketch. What I did, and we can even compare it.
Good job, good job.
we can compare it to this one. The aesthetic is very similar. The gables that come forward have a 12-12 pitch, or very close to 12-12 pitch, just like those. But this roof is 5 feet lower than that one.
This is a very difficult challenge, because I know that the proper process is to allow him to speak and then jump in, but I think that this almost needs to be a discussion about what really is impacted by that, because I think it goes to your point. Rick, can you set this one, because I think it's a little clearer to see.
Sure.
Just set it on the easel underneath the house there. So he's right in as much as, in a general aesthetic manner, there's a similar aesthetic there, but what's missing on our design and what has shown up on his design is a shed roof to fix the fact that your roof line just wiped out your room. So he has to have a shed roof to make back the floor space. So my point to you is, from this elevation, everybody's going, great, we love it. Okay, now let's look at the side elevation where I've got a 30-foot long continuous shed roof. The architecture just went away. I've got a flat roof building. Otherwise, I have half the space on the second floor that I have currently. So it's not as simple as looking at one elevation. That's why when we present our drawings and what you see here, everything is three-dimensional, because you've got to turn the corner and you've got to understand the impact of that architectural element on the entire mass of the building. It's not as simple as addressing a single and saying, I just saved the vertical height, because you got to get it back somewhere. A 2-foot knee wall is kind of unacceptable, because you can't use it until you get 4 feet off the wall.
Okay.
I know this is going on and on. And Rick, you seem like that's your name, Rick? You seem like a very nice guy, and I don't want to be critical of you, but again, I think it's ridiculous that with all the work we've done and everything we've considered, that somebody can come into this room and appear to be credible in your eyes on limited information, even though we've made a lot of our information. We've opened up and we've made information available. But to come in and start proposing things, and by the way, his words were very smart, very, very intelligent the way you handled that. He did not recommend this. He said this is an alternative. And he was careful not to recommend it, because I think if you pressed him, he wouldn't recommend it, because this is not right. And we can let this go on all night, I guess. They say something, we say something.
We're not.
Okay? But it's beyond ridiculous at this point.
Yeah,
it's beyond ridiculous. And what kind of people harass good people trying to do the right thing? What kind of people harass and go through this exercise to achieve a 5-foot height reduction, so that then when we go to the ARB and we've created a flatter roof, the ARB can reject us, and again, we don't go anywhere. That's what's happening here. And
that's why I asked the question. So that was what was going through my head. So.
Mark, just let me say one thing, and I want to say this very publicly and very clearly so that there is no confusion. We're not trying to stop this house being built. I have not once talked to the ARB. The folks that changed the ARB were the ARB themselves. They changed the design. What we've been looking for, and I've said this very clearly, is a design where we can go with the Grossmans to you and say to you, we agree with them and this is the plan. Let me finish and then come back. What I actually said, and the reason we went through this exercise, is over the weekend I spoke to Jerry, and it was at my request that I actually spoke to Bruce. Bruce put me in touch with Jerry, and we had just two requests. We find a way to reduce the house by 5 feet, and we take that front balcony back to a reasonable size, the same size as my houses. And let me finish, because I'm getting to an offer. Here's the thing, Mark. What I want to do and make really very clear is, if we can satisfy both of those, We will go into any meeting that you require and support the Grossmans 100%, be it breaking the moratorium or not breaking the moratorium. I feel bad that these guys have actually gone through this process. I do feel bad about that. But at the same time, this house, as we've been through the statistics, would be the second highest in the FEMA zone. It would be 3 feet lower, all of that stuff. I want to support them. I want to come in. I want to say, if we can find a way to get it 5 feet smaller and get that thing reduced, I will support this up the hilt. And this whole purpose of this was actually to be positive, not negative. It's to come in and say, there are alternatives, let's see if we can do it, and I really want to see if we can work with you on this. It wasn't negative, it was positive.
Did you say you wanted the balcony reduced?
That front balcony, Nancy, is very big. It's huge, and I think that's...
But
Your
the
balconies are big too.
But the,
yeah, but my balcony doesn't overlook anything else.
Your house is pushed forward.
Wow.
Your porte cochere is here. You have a balcony over it. The balcony stretches clean across the front. And
Yep.
from my perspective, that balcony looks this way.
But it doesn't affect anybody's privacy. I can't see his pool. That balcony looks right out over my pool.
Your balcony would look at their balcony.
It would.
I think-
It would.
So, I mean,
But it doesn't look out over their pool.
balconies are actually something.
That's the ARB.
It's in front of the ARB. They make changes to balconies all the time.
And they deal with privacy all the time, you're right. But what I actually, if we can get, I said, if we can get this house 5 feet smaller, we're supporting. That's only 4 feet greater than the moratorium.
I mean 5 feet
but-
shorter.
Yes, yes.
And that's where I go from here to here, and does
I understand.
actually impact negatively on the ARB. And if you're looking, because if I'm driving east, and a lot of people are going to be driving east on Gin Lane, and they're going to get a shot of the eastern elevation or the western elevation of this house, what are they going to be looking at? If they're looking at a roof that went from this to this,
It's a choice, right? I mean, it's tough.
I'm just
Yeah.
saying that if we're trying to achieve something,
I hear you.
Are we giving up? And does it set a precedent across the village with other homes that are coming in? These are all the questions.
I hear you. That's why the moratorium's
And it's
in place.
And that's why, I mean, this house right here, just to even get to this point, to have the discussion around a more traditional design, which I really have to say they've done a great job in making these changes. And it tells me that we've been successful with the moratorium because we were able to do something that creates these discussions here. So, I don't know. I mean, you'd have to look at a three-dimensional, the different elevations to say, what is the impact here?
You would, yep.
To drop that by 5 feet, I'm actually more worried about the impression that you have on the road looking in, and do you see a straight wall? And how's the actual, the landscaping, and how's that being broken up there? To me, that's even, because that really, if you turn around and you look at that right from the driveway looking in, if there were no plantings at all in front of that house, that's when you'd see the 44 feet.
Yeah.
And that right there is a very large impeding building right there. So how do you break that up? I know that they have a limitation on the amount of fill, which other homes historically along Meadow Lane have been able to fill in and reduce that stuff, and now we don't have that right to do that. So,
But these are exactly the issues the moratorium's
these are big
looking at,
questions
right?
that I think we've got to do a lot of studying about this. Go out to the site and look at it, take the plans.
I think that would be great, and take the pictures and anything that we can make available. But I can tell you one or two quick things just in summary. I mean, in summary, if you do approve this house, it will be the second highest in the FEMA district. It will be highest in the neighborhood. It will be.
Wrong statement, and I'll take you. You drive down Fairleigh Lane, and you can go down Fairleigh Lane, and you can look at the height of the houses down there. And that's
Let me just be real clear about that statistic. This is all of the houses in the FEMA zone that have been approved since 2009, when the restriction went up. So look very closely at that. I can tell you one of two things. Fairley Lane is either not in the FEMA district, or else the Phil was brought in to do it. In the FEMA district since 2009, we looked at every single approval.
But I think you have to look at all the houses across the board, and it's just, and it's what they've done in court too.
We looked at two other things. We looked at the neighbourhood. I defined the neighbourhood. It was half of the historic district. We took the houses from grade and measured them from grade. We also took every other single village. This is 11 feet higher than the code in every other village.
But we're worried about the village of Southampton, and that's, we're doing a study, and it's going to incorporate some feedback from other municipalities and stuff to see where we're at. But we're worried about the village of Southampton.
No, I hear you. My only
architecture inside the village of Southampton. And
my only point on that was the moratorium folks looking at that as well.
Yeah, I mean, we're all looking at a lot of things. So.
And the final thing, there are 20 to 30 residents here who think this should stay in the moratorium. So.
Well.
They're in the back of the stuff I provided there.
I mean, but there in the moratorium was a path for a relief off of that, and that's what they're doing. So, I mean, unless anybody has anything new that they want to add to this.
Can I just, this is now.
I know I know.
This is now. We're 10 minutes shy of one of my the running time of one of my favorite David Lean movies, Lawrence of Arabia. Right? Everything that's been said about this.
That's where I'm going.
This is the first and only time in the entire length of this application that we've had an opportunity to address the board and tell the board what our concerns are. I just want to say this. I think that what you, Mayor Epley, just said is accurate and apt, that what bothered residents in the village is the fact that in a FEMA zone like this, it could require the facade of the building to run 44 feet from where your feet are planted on the ground. And they were concerned about that. And I think it's a valid point that Rick made, that the location of this makes that a very prominent site on Gin Lane. That's worth taking some time and considering. The fact that they can bring in 1.5 feet of fill, which is what it will be on Gin Lane, is not the issue. The fact that you can cover this up sort of with a 13-foot hedge, because it won't cover up the building, really it'll cover up 13 feet of the building, is similarly not the issue. The real issue is, can you work with your consultants? Can you talk about what other people's pyramid laws are? Can you confirm what the statistics are on houses that have been approved? And not in a context of conflict between neighbors, one who wants chomping at the bit to build, another who says he'd like it lower, but in an unconfrontational atmosphere, work with your consultants to actually come up with a rule that makes sense, that's not focused on creating individual exceptions. So often in zoning, things get done by individual exceptions. People get a variance. It's a one-off in the ARB. The residents of Southampton have asked you to do this, and it looks, the applicant has a tendency to say, this is it, I've changed the architecture, that's all I can do. We've heard that before. We heard them say that in front of the ARB about a glass-walled building. They said, we have to build this modern building. They said this. It cannot be another kind of building because of the footprint and the setbacks. That was not correct. We've given you a building, an existing building, where we measured, and we've shown the measurements on it. And John can come in and say, well, you don't know the elevation of the property. That's true. But one thing you do know about that building, measured from the bottom of the floor to the top of the gable, it was less than 25 feet. And that means potentially an attractive house with nicely angled roof lines can be built on this property, even with the additional 10 feet they need from the FEMA zone. It can be done. And I think what Rick was saying is, before you just make a hasty decision and act like you're the super.
We're not making a hasty decision, okay?
I would encourage you, as a legislature, use your experts. Take some time. You always make a better decision when you take time. Talk to the people that you need to talk to, and see if they give you information that enables you to make a general rule that you can enact, rather than doing it application by application, which is what this is about.
Can I have the last word on the application?
You always do, John.
No, actually, John.
I've never seen it when you don't.
Actually, I was going to say, as the applicant, I think we should have the last word. The facts are the facts. We're still shorter than either the properties to either side. We know the one to the, I'm going to actually be, in full disclosure, I'm going to be representing the one that's located to the west. It's going to stay at 58.1 feet ridge. That's staying. We're going to put an addition where the old addition is. So that's going to remain. I don't think Mr. Smith is doing anything with his property, with his main house, according to what I read to you on the variance. He can't do anything with it, so it's going to stay at 52.1, 52, I don't want to misspeak, 0.3. Our house is going to be lower. Now you've heard from Mr. Smith about this conversation this weekend. This is what my clients have been dealing with, a moving target. We offer to do something. We offer. Now, this weekend, 5 feet? That's ridiculous. Why should we have to lower it 5 feet? And like Mr. Grossman said, go back to the ARB and say, we told you we don't want. Yeah, that's not even, and as I brought up today, that his house from his garage up, what you see is 43 feet. It's just 1 foot more. And actually, it's going to be more exposed after we bring the grade in. Once we bring the fill in, our house will be shorter from new grade. The other thing I'd like to talk about, just really briefly, and I don't know if John can talk about this, we all know why this moratorium came into act. There are questions about certain projects that have recently been passed in the village. My understanding is one of the reasons we're doing the sky plane with the 5 feet is to address issues with properties that are a half acre or less. All the properties that are in front of you for the exemption right now are 2 acres and more, and they're not.
And that's the pyramid law is actually already for half acre and less properties, and what we're looking to do is look at to do across the village.
Not in this
Great.
more, if I may. It's
Yeah.
the pyramid law goes by, it still goes by zoning district.
By
not
yeah.
property size.
By zoning
So,
district.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
Thank you for clarifying that. But what I'm saying is that the purpose of the reason why this moratorium is put into act, we know. These are all lots that are substantially large, and they comply with it.
This is a difficult lot. You know, Michael said it. It's very narrow up on the road. It widens out as you get closer to the ocean. It's a difficult lot. You know, you've got coastal erosion setbacks. You've got wetland setbacks.
And dune crest.
And you have dune crest setbacks. So it's a very difficult lot. It's a very challenging lot. You know, and so from our standpoint, we're looking at the height of the house. So if we force the height of the house down, what happens to architecture? That's it. And then, so we force the height of the house down, we send it to the ARB, and they say, look, we don't like the flat roofs, which historically they've done. And you go back. They historically always reduced the size of the balconies because of privacy issues associated with neighbors. Happens all the time. You know, Rick even quoted one where he asked for a Juliet balcony, and they got yanked out. So, you know, it's.
I know.
Yeah.
And again,
So,
the facts are the facts. Either side.
Yeah. So I think we have a lot of information. So does anybody have any information here that hasn't been presented already? Jeff?
I want to say one other.
You're not getting the last word on this.
No,
John is going to get the last word on it. People, I just want to be very quick. People did not come to the village board and ask for a moratorium because they were afraid of the height of houses above sea level. They came and asked for a moratorium because they were very concerned about their height above natural grade being unusually tall, and that's the issue that you have to deal with. And it's if you look at the house we gave you, a photograph of an existing house with an attractive roof line, it's a shingle-style house, it will show you demonstrably that a regular house with an attractive shingle-style roof line can fit on this property in this building envelope. You do not have to create buildings that look like little West Hampton, cottages up on stilts. You can create an attractive building. And I think it's worth the board's time to talk to its own experts about the general constraints throughout the village before you start making exceptions, because there is more you can do here. They have always said we've done as much as we can do. They said it when they had a modern building. They're saying it today. But we've given you a house that shows you. You could just put it on a 10-foot elevation and it fits. and it's got great roof lines. So I would ask you to look for a solution that's village-wide and take your time in doing it.
Let's try it. John?
If I may, I think what has to be said here is what people have been shying away from, and it's very telling what happens out in the hall sometimes. I was at this last meeting. One of the driving members of the Southampton Association, Mr. Greven, came up to my client and said the following. I don't know what he was trying to do. I guess he was trying to embarrass me. But he said to Mr. Grossman, and he'll testify to that. We can put him under oath if you want, because we heard it. He said, it's unfortunate that your lawyer dragged the moratorium enactment out for so long. Your project is wonderful. You would have been through it. Okay, but your client, your lawyer, dragged the moratorium out for too long, and now you got caught by it. And really, the only house that the moratorium was aimed at was 40 Meadow Lane. Because what happened was they saw the handwriting on the wall. They saw that the Architectural Review Board was going to approve 40 Meadow Lane. So, we're going to lose on architecture. What else can we do? That's the story that everyone is aware of. And I don't want you to respond to it because, that would make you uncomfortable. But everybody knows that's the story. So that's what this is about. Now, Mr. Smith is trying to use this as a weapon against us, despite the fact that he has a house that is taller than ours. And why do I keep on saying that? Because that's what you should be looking at. Let's go back. Let's not talk about protecting all of these sort of intellectual constructs. Let's talk about what your standards are. Will it cause the applicant undue hardship? I think that's patent. Where is the hardship to Mr. Smith? Someone's going to look into his guest house 8 feet from the property? The nerve. Really? My good Lord, someone's going to look into my guest house 8 feet, which is 8 feet from the other property. Someone's going to look into my pool, which I got a variance for. His house is a pre-existing non-conforming use. It has 2 separate living quarters on one house. I'm building a house that conforms with the exception of certain wetland setbacks. And he's coming in and raining on these people's parade, which is to build a wonderful house that conforms with all current and modern environmental restrictions. No adverse effect upon any of the village goals or objectives in adopting this moratorium. What we're trying to stop against, you were trying to stop against houses that were looming over other houses, and his house is totally seaward of the coastal erosion hazard line. I don't care about his guest house, to be honest with you. It's his guest house. It was a converted garage. Okay? So there's no goals to the moratorium that are being impacted here. We conform with the pyramid law. There's no house looming over the other. And finally, are we changing the character of the neighborhood? You can go back and forth and talk about the character of the neighborhood. They brought in houses that weren't even in the FEMA zone. They brought in houses that have no application to this. The character of the neighborhood is the surrounding lots. The house, the owner to the west has given us an approval because he likes the design. Mr. Smith doesn't want anything to happen here. He's suggesting that you take this house and lower it 5 feet, which will make it, instead of 2 feet lower than his house, 7 feet lower than his house, is so outrageous it should just be dismissed out of hand. He should be embarrassed to make a request like that.
John,
Okay, here, okay.
I have to make a correction here.
Wait.
Listen, John Bennett
No.
is saying that Neil Smith's pool has variances and therefore you shouldn't consider any impacts to his pool. The pool meets all the dimensional requirements. It meets all the dimensional requirements.
Okay.
It is not a non-conforming pool. The only variance issued to get the pool was that it's located, because there's a guest house and a main house, it's in the front yard. It meets all the dimensional requirements. It's not too close to his property. The guest house is a pre-existing historic structure. That's what it is.
We got it. We got it. Okay. Now, is there anybody else that has any new information that you'd like to present to the board to talk about the height of this house?
That would be 28 feet above sea level.
Okay. All right. Any of the board members have any questions here?
Questions?
Comments?
I don't, Mark, I don't have any questions, but I'd like to address the Grossmans, and I understand your frustration, and I think this entire board here appreciates the fact that you changed your design and went more traditional to Southampton. At one of the meetings I was at, I think it was the ARB, which you were very frustrated at, you had made a mention that you were sort of upset with the village of Southampton because you felt like they were trying to throw you out. Nobody's trying to throw you out. You've been absolutely terrific because you have directed us more towards what we need to address. And you've definitely made concessions to build something that is more along the lines. And I just hope you as a family understand that this board and the things that we're trying to do is not to scare you out of the village of Southampton, although you may be rather bored with us. It's more to make a community that you can live in, your family can live in, and you can all respect it. And I just wanted to say that to you.
Thanks, Mark.
Can I say, I know it's been long enough, but don't make it any longer. Lawrence Arabia, this is more like a marathon of Law and Order or Good Wife or something. No, that would be the police and investigator. This is the lawyer stuff. I will just say you certainly got your damn money's worth with your counsel and representation and whatever the hell else you guys paid for. You really, I mean, this was educational on many levels. It was pointed out as we were just a legislature and layman's to zoning, but we also get paid the big bucks up here to assess this, fortunately or unfortunately. And to echo what Trustee Irving said, the Grossman's here, and watching Mr. Grossman speak and the admiration and anguish of his wife having to watch him go through this. To echo what Trustee Irving said, I get that. And the fact that we're over here 3 hours, just in addition to other time, talking about your home, speaks volumes of how important, how vital this whole discussion is to the bigger picture. Again, the legal representation on both sides did a great job, and that's what we really. The television got a great show. I don't mean that in a belittling way, because very talented people here and very passionate. But it was mentioned at the end of the day, it does almost come down homeowner against homeowner, and the fact that you're right. And this is not a comparison or whatever, but you definitely get homeowner of the year. Well, you really have come back in good faith several times. I know that sounds probably doesn't mean a damn thing to you, but I commend you for that.
Well, it depends what you say next.
Well, of course, that's why,
Yeah.
you know. And well, 3.5 hours is appreciation showing. And that's not, no, and that's nothing in the bigger picture here, all right? And I know there's, you know, the question is, how far along on this study, Mayor? As far as, do we know?
They're close. Yeah, but I mean, it's a 6-month moratorium, so you know we have to ensure that. I mean, we try to get it done before that time frame, but I don't think that we should be looking at this application as where they're at in the moratorium piece. Maybe on December 4th they'll come in and do a presentation to the Planning Commission. Maybe they won't. Maybe they don't have any information at that point in time. So I think what we have to do is look at the evidence that's been presented to us. I don't think anybody else can add to this. I would be surprised. And I think what we need to do is close this public hearing tonight. And I'm not going to make a decision on it tonight because I don't feel comfortable because there's so much information on both sides that's been presented new that I wouldn't feel comfortable voting on this tonight. But
Unfortunately, too, the Grossman said,
well,
Mr. Bennett, I agree with you.
Yeah.
Because it is a lot of stuff that was brought up. And again, just the difference in numbers and this and that, a large part of what you guys argue, and that's not really what I'm going, who's the tallest house, whatever. Hearsay, conversations in the hallway, hearsay.
numbers and things can be spun any way. We all know that. I'm looking at trying to, in its simplest form, what's the impact? And this is obviously letters for support, letters against. I can do that all day long. You know, unfortunately, and I was feeling pretty good to actually, you know, move ahead for you tonight, to be quite honest with you. But I am sorry, some compelling points spun whichever way were brought up that in my gut, I wouldn't feel better. I wouldn't feel good about saying, sure, go ahead. And I apologize to you for that, because that's not the answer you're looking for. So it depends upon what I was going to say next, and that's, unfortunately, for you, that's what I need to say. And the fact that it was pointed out at this point, we're only a few months away, but this is, you know, unfortunately for you, you bought a beautiful piece of property. And also, too, the cost of it. Now, some people look in this room, obviously, the fact that you and several applicants can afford to do that just goes to show how much real money is out there, which is great. But it also goes to show the severity of a project. A $18 million purchase has to be looked at very seriously, and its location and the view from the pond and so forth. So that's just where I'm at after listening to great presentations, passionate presentations, and very factual presentations, and from the homeowners and from council and architectures. But I can't.
All right, good.
Got close.
Anybody else? Bill, Nancy, you guys got anything you want to add to what?
I think I'll coast. I was going to, at least I wanted to thank the Grossmans for the efforts that they have made. You know, sometimes when this is your home, everybody looks like an outsider, but I can tell the two of you that whenever you get your home, boy, will I be happy to have you as residents of this village. You're really neat people, and I hope we work this out that's satisfactory, or that maybe what you propose, we'll see. But I think the world of you both, even though I don't know you.
Well, my concern on this is the recommendation to reduce this height by 5 feet will really ultimately change the interior square footage that you will be able to use. I mean, it truly will be a 2-foot knee wall. So you have to come out from the wall 4 to 6 feet before you'll even be able to stand up in the house. That is something that I think is unfair, and I think we have to take a good look at that. I also am also concerned about the view on an east-west view of the house and what the roof line will look like. This is what we're going to be up against as it relates to the moratorium. I think the moratorium was a very good idea because of the FEMA regulations that we now face and the beginning height that we have to look at. I think you did an unbelievable job in taking one design and turning it into another design that is quite beautiful from the street level, I feel. And I also think that although people may look at this, I mean, the design, when you showed us the film that you created, basically you can't look at it that way, because basically you're just looking at a building. You're not looking at any of the landscaping that brings the height of it down. It's difficult to see that, but when we have other applications that have gone, like the Sugarman House, where everybody was so upset over that in our face, you don't even see it anymore. And I'm concerned I don't know where we can go with this. I mean, I don't like bringing it down 5 feet because I don't like the fact that the interior of their house, unless they enlarge the house and bring it down 5 feet. But then the roof line is going to look awful.
Yeah.
So that, you know,
That's why I kept going.
I just don't know where we can go. I mean, we're all saying we have to discuss it. Maybe we do have to discuss it, but I don't really know how much more we can discuss this, because we either have an ugly roof line and less square footage, or they increase their square footage to bring down the height so that gives them more room on the interior, because the knee walls will be so low.
And if I can just respond, the timing here is critical, because the path that this is going down, and you know, I appreciate there's a lot of information that was proposed tonight, but shouldn't you really be considering accurate information?
I mean, our information's there. This information that's been proposed is, again, it's a scenario. It's not a well-researched, well-thought-out scenario, so why do we need time to evaluate it, A? And B, the way this is going, which is exactly what they want, is we're going to get caught up in this law because the moratorium at some point becomes a law, and the time it's going to take us to get through the ARB and get a building permit, and we're going to get caught up in the law, and then we have to get an exemption from a variance from the law, and then we are just screwed another, I don't know how many months. And that's where this is going. If we do not close this and vote on this, we're in real jeopardy here, and I don't think people appreciate the gravity of the situation.
I think you're also making an assumption that a change in the height is going to impact you. It may not even impact you at all.
Well, they said that we would have to. We have 10 and 9-foot ceilings.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that, but we don't know. We don't know what the recommendations.
We don't want an 8-foot ceiling.
I don't want you to have an 8-foot ceiling either. I wouldn't want you to spend $18
So then that's not a legitimate. That's not a legitimate alternative.
So
it's not a legitimate alternative,
right.
And it has a flat roof, and so we don't need to study it or evaluate it. That's my point. You've seen that they'll just keep throwing. Look at the books that were presented to you.
Trust me,
they will just keep throwing stuff at you, and delay, and you know what? They're prevailing.
Well,
and do you want to condone that behavior, or do you want to reward? Do you want to reward our behavior? And I apologize finally for getting upset.
That's why we're going to close this.
Thank you.
So that no more information can be presented, and then we can evaluate what we think is the right information, and then we can come back and make a decision on it.
But we need to get to the ARB in early December.
Right.
Because if we don't get to the ARB in early December, then it's the middle of January, and we will have trouble getting our building permits, and we will have trouble beating this moratorium.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what's
I just want to say one
preferred.
thing. There are things that disturb me about this.
Thank you.
And one of the things that disturbs me about this, it shows the position of the house. It also shows your house. It does not emphasize the balcony that's here, and it doesn't even show the balcony that's here on this side of the house. This balcony will oversee this pool. You're concerned about their balcony overseeing your pool. None of that is evident in any of this. The next page, it shows their balcony looking down on your pool, but it doesn't show that you have a balcony over here. And it also shows your house almost equal with your pool, which it isn't. So this is not exactly accurate. And I just think this is painting a picture the wrong way. I mean, if I'm going to look at something, I want to look at something that's accurate. This is not accurate.
Nancy, I can tell you that it's accurate in terms of the positions of the houses. It's not accurate in terms of the balconies that are on the house. That's absolutely right.
But if you
But you know that it wasn't deliberately. That's not a deliberate deceit. It just wasn't intended to be on there. I mean, we to be honest in this, you know, we didn't really look at our house. We looked at their house, right?
Yeah, but
I mean,
you're showing what you're trying to show the effect that this house is going to have on your house.
Correct.
But you're not showing what your house has the effect on this house, and you're not really showing your house properly. You're not showing your balconies that face to the west. You're not showing, this looks like a very tiny balcony.
Yeah, but with respect,
but it isn't. It's a huge balcony.
There's a big difference. I can't change my balconies. They exist. If they need privacy, they can change theirs, right? I mean,
but in front of the ARB will address the privacy issues associated with. They have a whole history of doing that. They've done it over and over again. We had one case already quoted tonight on that. So
you know, I know where the writing is on this. I know the way it's going. That's fine. You know, it's your village as well as my village, and you will make a responsible decision. And you know that's perfectly fine. But the one thing I do want to clear in this, and be very, very clear about it, is that we have not once delayed this process. Let me tell you what actually happened at the ARB, because it's important. It's important to me because of my reputation in this village, and I too live in this village and will continue, I hope, to do so. We have not once delayed this at the ARB. We actually came, and Jeff, you will attest to this, and so will Lisa, 3 times to the ARB to present. The first time, there weren't enough members at the ARB. The second time, they were going to give us 3 minutes, and Jeff argued, we want to have a longer time to present, and we would have done it that night, but it was delayed. The third time, the ARB wouldn't consider it because it was going into the moratorium. We did request an adjournment from you 2 weeks ago so that we could gather material, but we have not once delayed this process. And another thing I want to correct as well, I have not once made the Grossmans unwelcome in any way, shape or form, and I don't want that laid at my door. In fact, we'd welcomed them into our house very early. I've sent numerous emails to them saying that we really do want to support you in this. We had 4 issues, none of which were design related. We had 4 issues that we raised with them way back when they designed the house. One of them disappeared. That was to do with glare. That disappeared. The other 3 were and still are privacy for the pool, towering over the guest house, and privacy for the guest house. Those are the only 3 issues that we ever had. We have tried to speak multiple times to try and fix those issues, including this weekend. I recognize, your challenges. I'm actually sorry that this has to come to you in many ways, and I'm sorry that it's neighbor versus neighbor. But I just want to be really clear. There are 2 families here living in this neighborhood, and to the extent that anybody is imputing anything disreputable to what we've done at any stage, I resent that because that's simply not true.
Yeah. All right, Mr. Smith. Okay, great. Any new information?
If you could close, I would
Okay.
respectfully request to close the hearing.
I'm going to make a motion to close the public hearing for 450 Gin Lane.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Thanks. All right. Okay. So we've got, we take it like 3 minutes, have everybody clear out your stuff here.
All right, next one.
Okay, need to make a motion to open the public hearing for a local law request for exemption on 20 Gin Lane LLC project.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Mark, before we do any presentations, there's a letter from Walden Manor, which represents 16 gin and 18 gin in your folder, requesting additional time to review the file, and there's 2 support letters
Okay.
in there for the project.
All right, good. Okay.
May I proceed, Mr. Mayor? Mayor Epley, members of the board, my name is Ted Sklar. I'm an attorney with Essex, Hefter, and Angel, 108 East Main Street, Riverhead, New York, and we represent the applicant JV20 Gin Lane, LLC. The applicant obtained title to the property on July 22nd, 2014, with reasonable investment-backed expectations that it could construct a residence on the property in conformance with the then-existing zoning code and interpretations thereof. And of course, the moratorium was adopted on October 9, 2014, thereby necessitating this application for an exemption. The application is in many respects, to paraphrase or quote from Yogi Berra, deja vu all over again. And I'll explain what I mean by that. And to help the board and to expedite this, we've prepared packets of the presentation boards so you can follow along easily. 5, right?
6.
6. 6. We also have the neighborhood analysis.
Is that really 6?
I need one more.
I was going to say, look at 5.
Thank you.
There's 6 here? 6. And you have the supporting letters from the neighbors in the file. So I'm assisted tonight by our Planning and Design Team, Melissa Dedovich from Peconic Environmental, and Marshall Schuster from the architectural firm of Grade, located in Soho, New York City. Now, deja vu all over again. At the board's last public hearing on November 13, 2014, and if you'll look at the neighborhood analysis, you considered the application that was presented by my partner, Tony Pesca, for number 22, Gin Lane, which is the property immediately to the north of the subject property. And in that case, you approved an exemption to allow a roof ridge line at 49 feet above sea level. That house was located in a split AE zone. The AE 14 was the more stringent zone, so the AE 14 requirements governed. The current property, my client's property tonight, at 20 Gin Lane, we are seeking an exemption based upon a roof line 1 feet higher than the one you approved on November 13 for 22 Gin Lane. And the difference is basically attributable to the fact that 20 Gin Lane is in a split AE zone. The more stringent elevation requirement is 15 feet. So the 15-foot requirement applies to the whole property. So that's what we're asking for based upon the board's precedent. We're looking for an additional 1-foot ridgeline elevation from sea level. And the reason why you should also grant this application is based upon the neighborhood analysis, where we show that there will be no harm whatsoever to the surrounding homes in the neighborhood. The neighborhood analysis shows that the ridge lines of this one would be 49 feet, 22 Gin Lane was 48 feet, 23 Gin Lane to the north across South Main Street, and I believe there's a letter of support from 23 Gin Lane, is 44.7 feet. 24 Gin Lane, which did not require an exemption because it complied, is at ridge line 47 feet. Now, in terms of all the balancing analysis you have to do, we've expressed what the hardship is. The hardship is our client purchased immediately before the moratorium. This is a property to be developed with a home. Of course, time is of the essence. To develop a residential unit on this property, to market it, and being tied up in the moratorium is harmful to the investment-backed expectations of the owner of the property. When you balance that undue hardship against the harm to the general public welfare, based upon the neighborhood analysis, there is no harm to the general public welfare, because granting the relief, the exemption from the moratorium, isn't going to have any impact on the goals of the moratorium, which we've just went through the 3-hour presentation earlier, is to prevent situations where new home construction, because they have to comply with FEMA, would tower over residences in the neighborhood, and that is certainly not the case here. Again, the other factor, any adverse effect on the village's goals or objectives. I don't think any goal or objective in imposing the moratorium to put a halt to towering over residences is affected at all by this. This house fits in neatly with the community in which it's situated, and it's in harmony with the general character of this community and the village. Now, we can take you through the design so you have some perspective of what it's like, and we have the larger boards, but you could follow along in the booklet. The first one would be the overall site plan context map, to give you an idea of the design of the house. It's a 2-acre parcel, and the gross floor area of the home is approximately 9,444 square feet. It's a 2-story residence. The next presentation panel shows the east and west elevations of the home.
So why don't you show the camera here, actually, so, because we actually have this in front of us.
Have it. No, I'm not using that, thank you.
But we actually.
So the, on this diagram, the top elevation is the east, that's the front of the house viewed from Gin Lane, and the second is the west elevation viewed from the rear of the house. And the next page of the presentation packet shows a front view, computer-generated graphic to give you an idea of what this house will look like when completed. The next page, the next presentation panel is the rear view of the house when completed. And then the next two presentation panels show every elevation, northeast, south, and west, for the purpose of showing how the house would fit in with a hypothetical sky plane angle of 45 degrees from all the property lines. And the house, as designed, will not encroach upon any of the sky planes on any of the property lines. It's set back far enough where there will be no issues with any hypothetical sky plane or pyramid law.
If you could show the cameras, please.
Actually, if I can just make a correction, Mr. Squires. That's, the sky plane being shown is the one we discussed earlier, where it's the possible legislation under consideration of 5 feet above average existing grade at a 45-degree angle.
Yeah, but I used hypothetical because it hasn't been adopted yet, but it's in the planning stage, yes. So that is, essentially the application. We come up short under the current moratorium by 4.5 feet, measured from the grade. But again, when you look at the real impact on the community and the heights of the houses here, we're 1 foot taller than the one that was approved on November 13th. So I believe that there's really no significant difference in all the factors that the board has to consider and weigh in terms of the application. Anything you want to add, Melissa?
No, I actually am very familiar with this subdivision. As you saw on the chart that we provided last time, it was all X zones. Actually, it's very funny. It's 24 Gin Lane last night, got ARB approval. That was in elevation 12. It did not require an exemption. And then these other two are in 2 different flood zones. And we're talking about just an extra foot here to comply.
And Mr. Schuster, the architect's here. If the board has any questions, he could certainly address it. My understanding is that a letter came in requesting an adjournment or an extension. I would respectfully oppose any request to adjourn this any further. Again, time is of the essence when there's a moratorium that's preventing this project from going forward with the other approvals it needs. The building plans have to be reviewed. Building permit cannot be issued under the moratorium. The ARB has to consider this application also. And we do not want to lose the building time we would have between now and the ability to market the property when the weather warms up. So we would request that application be denied. Certainly public notice was duly given. Everybody had a fair and full opportunity to consider the plans and this proposal. Did you have any discussions?
I was going to say, I actually had discussions and reviewed the plan to provide the plans electronically to Gil Flanagan on behalf of Walden Manor. I reviewed them with him for about a half hour yesterday. I would also note that we still do have to go to the Zoning Board of Appeals to get a wetland special permit for a portion of the property that's within the wetlands jurisdiction, so that the neighbor will have a chance to have ample time to have any questions then. But really, we're just talking about a foot change here, which really, if you look at the sky plane diagram, is really not appreciable from a distance at all.
Right. So, based upon all that, we'd respectfully request that the hearing be closed and that the exemption application be granted tonight.
Do we have anybody from the public who would like to speak in reference to this? Any board members have any comments in reference to this?
Well, we do have a letter requesting time to review the,
Yeah, just adjust that.
and they're pretty
Our
close
next
to
meeting.
it.
And then next door,
Yeah.
16 and 18.
One thing I would...
What? Pardon?
Have a microphone. The one thing we really didn't get into this, this is another example of the height of the house actually being 32 feet. It's not a tall house. It's not maxed out to 35, allowed for a pitched roof. So I would, again, entertain the board. I don't know what more we can do. This is at the lowest pitch we're allowed, which is 7 to 12. Allowed to be still considered a pitched roof. If you recall, the other plan that you approved was a Robert A.M. Stern project. This is very similar. In fact, I think both of them will really match nicely. And literally, just so you know, too, this is only, it's going to be the Beck and Alex, which is what you approved, and this is next door. And with a difference of 1 foot between these two properties that are over, both of which are over 2.5 acres, I don't think it's anything that's going to affect the property owner who gave that letter.
I think they should have a right to respond, these 16 and 18.
Yeah. Okay. What are they asking for? They're asking for...
More time.
Or they were given the general notice along with everyone else?
Yeah.
Yes, they were, and they've already been
I
consulted.
I
Lisa spoke with
emailed the
them.
plans. I met with Gil Flanagan for about a half hour yesterday to go over the plans.
What did he say?
He said he would explain it out and get back to me, and that was that.
Well, they
He
said
said I
they
could talk to my client,
They
so.
just received it, and it was dated the 25th.
Were they on that mailing list that you have to provide them?
No, they were not on the mailing list, actually, because of Walden Manor, there's actually vacant property in between us and them. So they're not, we have, two of the neighbors who are directly abutting us have provided letters of support, both Mr. McKnight and Beck and Alex LLC, which this board granted the approval for last.
Do you have any idea, through Gil, what their concerns were?
No,
Just that
actually, I asked Gil the same thing. He said, I don't know, I think he just wanted time. I said, well, let him know that we're going to be going in front of the ZBA, so any concerns he had, I mean, the house is not going to really change appreciably. This isn't a planning issue, it's a height issue. We're really talking about a foot.
And, you know,
yeah,
the public hearing is noticed, and people come out, and they want to be heard. If you're a local resident,
And we're talking about,
Yeah, no, I agree with that, because especially in light of the one we just approved right next to it, for very similar reasons, to say deja vu all over
But
again.
you said there was a vacant property between them? It doesn't look...
yes, if you look at the neighborhood analysis,
Well, they're claiming they own 16 and 18.
I know, but 18 is vacant.
18 is
18 is
vacant,
vacant.
16 has
Has a
improved.
building in it, I
House.
see what you're
Right.
saying.
So,
Okay.
So,
I mean, I think, since this is going to send them to the other boards, I
What's
think
the size
16,
of
18 can
18?
address it then.
I don't know.
the size of the
Or
lot,
smaller. What,
Wouldn't you notice
20 is what,
18?
what's the acreage?
2 acres.
Yes.
So 18 it looks.
Yeah, the 18
it
should have
may not
gotten
be,
a notice,
because
even if
20
there's
has a
no
little
building.
area that,
Well, 18, you might want to notice too, 18 is actually in elevation AE 15. So they're going to be, whatever gets constructed there is going to have the same challenges we have.
So 18 didn't get a notice?
No, 18 did get a notice.
Did get a
They
notice.
did get a notice.
But they just sent in a letter asking for more time?
That's what that's my understanding. I was not provided a letter.
Yeah, this just came in at 2:36
Okay.
this afternoon. So the letter came in, so.
Again, I give the board, it's 1 foot.
Yeah,
mean-
no, I'm not disagreeing with you on
Yeah.
that, so.
Whatever their concerns are, they're still able to address them going forward.
Well, not in height.
Right.
I don't know how I can, I'm sorry, to be honest, I don't know how I can further lower this house.
And we also approved the last one for very similar reasons.
Yeah.
Because of the size of the properties.
Yeah.
And how far even 16 and 18.
And again, I would also give that Mr. McKnight, who is directly behind us, and really, if you notice if you look at the FEMA analysis, he's the one most directly affected. He's losing his view to Agawam, the lake.
No, I think your house is fine, it's just...
It's just, we have an adjacent property owner who's asked for time to review this. And so, you know,
And again, I will also give to the board, and I hate to be interrupted, is that we only have one ARB meeting in December because they canceled the 22nd. That is the, oh, now you're going, what's the 8th? And we can't, so we're kind of in a, we want to keep going. Yeah. And we've already applied to the Zoning Board of Appeals for a wetland special permit. We're already set to be heard on the 18th on that, which we're allowed to proceed with even with the moratorium.
Right. To, yeah.
So our meeting is the 11th and their meeting is the 8th?
Mm-hmm.
So we'd be thrown into January.
The January, which everybody else seems to be thrown into lately, too.
When's the ARB meeting in January? What's the date?
12th. The first one, the 12th. And it's going to be, from my understanding, because they are canceling the 22nd, it's going to be a very long agenda.
Yeah.
And I understand what you mean. I mean, I was involved in the last one, but we're really talking about a foot. I think you remember the last time we brought a model and we put that little thing on to show
Oh,
what
yeah.
2 feet was.
I mean, I'm not disagreeing with the application or anything like that. My only concern is that you got an adjacent property owner who's sent a letter that's requesting an opportunity. I mean, if they came in, sent this letter in tomorrow, or didn't show up and then, and tried to fight this in court, it'd be different, but, yeah.
But again, this is the discretion of the board of a foot.
If they were given the proper notice, though.
And they were briefed on
And
the
I-
application.
I emailed them, I mean.
She made herself available, and
All right,
And I heard no specific issues.
okay.
Existing house at 16, right, isn't that,
Walden Manor, yes.
how tall is that?
I don't know, because that's historic. We actually didn't pull that one because it was so far and it's historic and nobody's ever going to, I
But
mean,
he's one of the objections, of course, and he sold, did
But
he
that's-
sell these lots?
actually, it's a very interesting point because that house is, again, crest of dune,
It's a huge
coastal erosion. I mean, like, it's so, it's so
I
non-compliant,
remember
but
how it is height-wise, but it's certainly not small.
it's not small. It's very linear.
Yeah.
It's very linear. I mean, you've got the, I think there's 2 bulkheads and 2 rock revetments protecting it, too.
They showed up 2 years ago.
And the funny part is people didn't even realize they were there. I said, they've been there since 1992, I think.
But I don't want to end up in a court situation. You know,
I don't get it.
I know. Okay.
Are we in a position, you know, our attorney is not here.
Right.
either. I wish we could talk to him.
Could we have a
Oh,
session?
there's a few things we could do. One is we could just leave it open. And the second thing is we could close the public hearing, we could vote on it tonight. Another thing is we could close the public hearing, leave it open for written comment, and then, for the next meeting. And then vote on it at that point in time.
Is there any way, I mean, do we have any obligation to notify these 2 people
We've been
that we
notified.
want their thoughts by,
Well, that's the point of the written.
That's the letter. These are the two.
by a certain date, you know, so that we can...
that's the other thing. They're asking for more time. They're not saying that they have any
Well, I mean,
comments. So it could be delayed, and then you get
But
nothing, and
we
then
would
our
put,
client.
we put a date, we
We
put an end
can
date on it.
request, yeah.
And just give them 3 or 4 days. I mean, if Gil Flanagan is their lawyer,
Right.
he's here.
Yeah. So we
Would
could,
it
we
not
could,
be over the holidays? I don't know.
That's
Yeah.
the problem
I
with the
know.
holidays and everything.
well, I mean, we give them through next week to provide written comment for us. And then,
I mean, Gil came right out. He said the client, Mr. Flanagan, came right out and said, you know, he may not have any issues. But I said,
Right.
well, I don't know what more to give you. I've
Yeah.
given you everything. He's out of the country, and it's holding up our client now for not just 2 weeks, or not just the next meeting. We're losing about 6 weeks.
yeah.
And if the opposition is it should be lower, I mean, we've
I
you've
can't
just
do
been
it.
through that. We can't take 4.5 feet off the
We
house.
can't take I mean,
Right.
yeah.
So, I mean, that would be the only real issue.
Yeah.
And again, anybody who buys that, or any development on that lot is going to be faced with the same challenges. This is not maxed out at 35 feet for the height of the house,
No, I
so they're going to have the exact same thing.
No, we're not disagreeing with
I
any
know.
of that stuff.
Yeah,
We're
Preaching
not
to the choir.
Yeah, I mean, we're not disagreeing with any of that stuff. We're just saying we have an adjacent property owner who sent a letter in asking for more time to review. We could close the public hearing tonight. We could leave it open for written comment by the end of next week. You know, it's through the holidays, got ample time. We would have that, and you know, and we can vote on
We
it
could
at
do
the
that,
next
but then
meeting.
again, on the same
But
hand,
you missed the
they were notified just like everybody else.
Well,
Yeah, but they also sent a letter in. If they didn't send a letter in, it would be. it would
A
be more-
letter the very night of our meeting.
What difference?
When they were notified
Is that
a long
illegal?
time. How long
I'm sorry,
ago were
is that
they
illegal?
notified?
Something we
10
need
days
to-
ago.
Oh, well, 10
Over,
days is-
actually, over 10 days ago, because
No,
I think
but
it was a
they're gonna
weekend
develop
thing,
a
so we
lot
did on
next to
Thursday or
it, so,
Friday, yeah.
yeah.
It's been posted.
I think you should give them an
I wish
opportunity.
Rick were here.
Yeah, well, that's probably why we're probably better off just closing the public hearing, leaving it open for written comment.
Sure.
And, I know. And,
We'll
but,
speed it up, believe me, as much as
I
humanly
appreciate that.
possible.
But,
Thank you.
I mean, what prevents you guys from presenting to the ARB?
It says
The mo- the
specifically in the
moratorium.
moratorium, you cannot go in,
That's right.
yeah.
That's right.
So that-
You're right.
Do not pass
It's
pass
gonna-
go, do not collect.
So the person, so the neighbor's out of town, is that what you're?
Well, we don't know
We
if they're
don't-
even out of town. Well, we don't know what,
My understanding from Mr. Flanagan is he's been out of the country. So, but again, with email now, I emailed them the color, I emailed everything. He got them. He took the time to write the letter, but again, it's this is not a planning issue. Remember, this is not about site planning. It's about height. And I don't see, I respect this, that you have to, talk to this gentleman, but he's also going to have a chance when we go in front of the ZBA to make any comments. He'll have a chance when we go in front of the ARB, because it's in the historic district. We have to have a written comment. So it's not like he's going to be left out of the loop from now on.
It just gets them through the process.
this just lets us go forward, and if he wants,
Proceed.
he'll have his opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that he sent the letter does what legally? I mean,
I'm just trying to think of what Rick would advise us on.
well,
What would Rick?
the person's been
Rick
advised.
would
if-
close the
if-
hearing and vote
Well,
on
give them
it.
That's what Rick would
Each
do.
opportunity.
But they've had the opportunity.
That's it.
I mean,
Yeah.
obviously, it's going to delay.
And they still can, if they have a problem with its structure,
Right.
they
It's not
have a
gonna be the
chance,
height.
they have a forum to address that.
I mean, just to point out to you guys too, this is his view, but I pointed this out to you.
Yeah.
That's north, so this is his view, the north, and then from his house, his view south. He's actually got the narrow part of the house, if you look at the site plan. I mean, I think he'd be upset if the house went this way, but it actually goes this way.
Yeah.
His own.
Yeah. I'm not disagreeing with height or anything like that, layout. Yeah,
No,
I
he
know.
did a
I know.
great job.
think
The
if our
future
attorney
boards
were
can
here,
make them
we
change it.
we would feel
If he has an
differently, but,
opposition, if the person, if the neighbor has an opposition to the design of it, then that's where it would be addressed in
Well,
the
it's
future.
not, we aren't
before the board.
discussing the
I'm
design.
I'm not,
We're not
I'm
discussing
saying, but
design.
if that should be, that can be addressed there.
That's
Well,
what Mr. Eastern.
First of all,
Can't be-
Well, what
Here's
could,
the
what
height.
could they
I'm not talking about
possibly,
the height.
what
I'm
could they
talking-
possibly say which would influence you on how you decide this
Me
specific?
personally, probably
applic-
nothing.
So then,
Exactly.
why subject our client to a delay which would prejudice his
Because the
development
letter's vague, it
plan?
doesn't say what they have an issue with.
Doesn't make any sense.
They'll have a voice at the ARB.
When is your deadline meeting?
January.
We're
The December
well,
8th
we're
they
trying to get in December so we can be on, but we can't even apply without getting your approval. We can't go anywhere. We're kind of stuck in limbo. I can go to ZBA, but I can't even apply.
When do you have to apply by?
I don't have, it's been a long night.
Just to the ARB or to the ZBA?
We already applied to ZBA. We're set for the ZBA for December 18th. We haven't not been allowed to apply to the ARB yet. I'd have to look at what the dates are.
I think it's 10 days, isn't it, or something?
No, the ARB now, their deadlines have been, and now that the 22nd is closed, it's going to be, if they top up, if they get too many, I think for the 12th, they may just push us off to the next one too. So we're trying to get our spot. I hate to say it that way.
The 12th? I thought you said they were the 8th, the ARB.
I think it's the 8th.
8th.
It is the 8th, yes.
Okay.
What a great thing.
But again, like, we're
Actually,
just trying to get in
30
to get our
days,
spot
maybe.
in line.
Yeah, it is.
It's 30
Well,
days.
it's within 10
Yeah, 'cause we
days.
changed it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's 30 days anyway.
It's 30 days, but again, they have the discretion, if they have too much of a agenda, they
push it
can
off
kick it,
and
they can
stuff,
push us
yeah.
off. And that's what I'm worried about.
Yeah. Well, even.
Because they're not having the meeting on the 22nd. They just, frankly, they only had
But if
3
we-
board members there last night. We almost didn't have a quorum last night.
Yeah, there's an issue, so we're aware of that.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
For Thanksgiving, I'd really like a foot.
So what a bunch of us here.
How about a drumstick?
A drumstick, yeah.
Yeah.
That didn't come out right, did it? No.
What do you guys want to do? We're going to close it.
I would close it for written decision myself and give the guy a date, so he has to do it quickly.
I would close it and vote on it.
What would you say, Nancy? And are you saying give the guy a date? Who are you talking to? The people who wrote this letter?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you want to?
That is to respond written, we'll close the meeting.
What's the date of Friday, the next Friday? December what?
That would be December 5th.
December 5th, okay. I think the Rick would tell us that, to be honest, based upon this letter. I think our village, based on past experiences and
Can't say I
stuff.
didn't
with them. I know. Get an A for effort, yeah, so make a motion. Anybody from the public would like to make any comment in reference to this? Okay, all right, so I'll make a motion to close the public hearing, leave it open for written comment until Friday, December 5th, right?
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
All right. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks. All right, so let's do, I know we've got some people here in reference to 320 Murray Place. Steve made a recommendation, we might as well just
Get right to it?
yeah. So discussion items, so we've closed the public hearing on 320 Murray Place. We've got, everybody's had a chance to read and absorb all the information that was presented to us at 320. And we had a neighbor who was here earlier and made comments in reference to this. So, any further discussion from this board in reference to 320? Rich?
Murray Place?
Yeah. Comments there? Rich, Mike?
No, I think it's pretty self-evident.
I mean, yeah, from what it was brought to us for, and what is in only our purview for this particular thing, yeah, I think,
Yeah. Nancy, Bill, you guys have any comments in reference to 320
No.
Murray Place?
Well, I have some wishes. They're not going to come true. So.
Well, I'd say, they're asking for relief off the moratorium here. They spent, a long time on this project. I mean, they spent, I want to say, $28+ million on this, and they are meet all the coastal erosion, hazard lines, all of that stuff. The property, lot coverage requirements, and they are. I think they've done a good job of presenting. So.
Well, I'll just make a comment. I think one of the problems with the height is there are a few odd-shaped lots.
Yeah.
And the difficulty is those smaller lots on the ocean that are narrower. In this particular case, I think it's 4 acres or close to it.
I think it doesn't
It's
apply really
a-
6 or something like that.
It's a big piece of property. So
Pretty
the
square, too.
impact isn't as great. I mean, obviously, on the smaller parcels or parcels with odd shapes, a big house can have pretty drastic view.
Yeah.
yeah, I think that's the one major different point on this compared to the other two we just heard. Well, certainly the first.
Right, and it's shorter than the house that's adjacent to it to the west, and it's but the house on the eastern side, which sits quite further away up in the dunes, is so the.
I mean, the only one who expressed any concern was the neighbors to the west. I understand that.
Yeah.
They had an open, unobstructed view of whatever of it in the past, and but anything could go there and change that. No differently than when they put their house up, how it changed the view to someone to their west. So
But again, that's not under what we're here to discuss.
Right.
It's the height thing.
Yeah. Okay, so, I'll, do you guys want to put a motion on the floor here to vote on this, Sal?
I think we should.
Yeah, so I'll make a motion to approve 320 Murray Place and exemption from the moratorium in accordance with their application.
Second?
Second.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Okay. So,
We've got three communications, one from Christopher's Run, Christopher Lester Fund. We'd like to hold its 8th annual Christopher's 5K Run Walk on Saturday, June 6th at 9:30 a.m. As you remember, this race is in memory of Christopher Lester, a local 5-year-old boy who lost his battle with Hunter syndrome, passing away in December of 2007. Proceeds will benefit a family or families in need and or an organization on the East End. We'd like to use the main floor of the Vets Hall for registration, bathrooms, refreshments, and awards. We anticipate this event to be between 180 to 200 participants. We're also interested in getting permission to hold our Kids Fun Run held at 9 a.m. in the park. We speculate there will be about 25 to 30 children participating. The reason we would prefer to have it on the grass rather than on the street is to prevent any possible injuries that may occur with the smaller children in case of falling. If approved, we would ask that Pond Lane be closed off at 8:30 a.m. to all cars and bikers until after the race is over. The course map will be similar to last year. We'll need minimum police support and request an ambulance on site. Thank you for your consideration. Kendra Lester.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the Christopher's Run in accordance with their application.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
An application for Kites for a Cure held on May 23rd, 2015, from 4 to 6 p.m. at Cooper's Beach, United Against Lung Cancer.
Yeah, so we've done this many years now, so I'd like to make a motion to authorize the Kites for a Cure to hold the annual kite flight at Cooper's Beach on May 23rd in accordance with their application.
Second?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
And last one, Southampton Trails Preservation Society. As you're aware, Southampton's 375th anniversary is fast approaching in 2015. We at Southampton Trails Preservation Society, along with David Martin of the Shinnecock Nation, upon being approached by Tom Edmonds, director of the Southampton Historical Museum, have enthusiastically discussed what our roles might be in the upcoming year-long celebration. In a recent conversation with Brenda Simmons, she suggests we submit a rough idea of a proposal as part of the celebration herein. To that end, among other endeavors, SDPS is scheduling various hikes throughout the year, Munn Preserve and Fowler Preserve, the major one being set for Sunday, June 14th, 2015, from Conscience Point to Old Town in Southampton Village, which will recreate, in a sense, the original historic walk on which the Shinnecock Nation guided the settlers. Further discussion yielded the idea of recreating a dugout, also known as a pit house, which was partially underground structure that the settlers constructed at Old Town in order to have winter shelter. There's also a wooden brush shade arbor of poles and thatch, sketch provided here in courtesy of David Martin. David has also provided a list of readily acquired materials needed for construction. We are hoping that others yet to step forward for this celebratory anniversary, Scouts, Garden Clubs, youth groups, schools, etc., might collaborate on the building of this structure or variations thereof at the village-owned park at the intersection of Old Town Road and Old Town Crossing, where there's already mention of that time period. Our hike will end there on an authentic site. How great would that be to embellish it further? STPS and David have concurred where we cannot alone accomplish this dugout project. We offer it up as a tempting collaborative idea for someone to run with. It takes a village. Additionally, we'd like there to be no financial drain on any one entity, and would therefore pursue a donation policy if possible. We look forward to hearing from you at your earliest convenience. Yours truly, Susan College and David Martin. Nancy, did you want to?
No, I think I mentioned this to you before. So it's at, where they want to put the dugout is at Dunwell Park, which is at Old Town Road, where you turn onto, like turning, that you'd head towards Wyandanch there, that little point, that's Dunwell Park. We have a marker there, and that's what they want to do. It's nothing fancy. I'll just hold this up for the public. They're looking to collect phragmite and kind of, this is how they lived our first settlers stayed in this until they were able to build proper housing. So they wanted to recreate this, and the walk will be from Conscience Point to here, which was the first settlement area, and that is, in a sense, a reenactment of what took place when the settlers first came here. So they think that's a really good thing for the 375th. I think it's a great idea. I mean, and the Shinnecock Nation is involved in it. Then there'll also be something like this, a platform which is also very simple, with some sort of foliage on the top of it also down there, which looks as if this is a possible eating area underneath a protected place. And this is all just a reenactment of what probably took place back then, when there were no houses and really no roads, just trails probably. And so that's what they're trying to do. I think it's a great idea.
They usually bury bills. They don't.
Well, this is
intend to
actually, this, I know.
Dig up the.
Well, actually, where they want to put this, the natural terrain goes down over there.
Okay, so they can put it
So they're
against
going to
the hill.
stagger it
Yeah.
over that, so
Okay.
that, you know, although this looks very low to the ground, it really is a lot higher when you go inside of it. So, they call it a dugout, that's what it is, because it's, the natural terrain goes down over there.
Right. But they used to
Okay.
dig them in the ground.
Yeah, I'm
That's
sure they
why
did.
Yeah.
The dugouts.
Well, they'll give you a shovel, you can go down there and dig it out for
Sure.
them if you want, to make it really authentic, Michael.
I'll take care of it.
Okay, so that's.
All right, good.
Back up.
Okay, any further questions or anything like that in reference to this? Okay, all right, so let's make a motion to approve the walk-run event for the Southampton Trails Preservation Society on 6/14/15, near, to include authorization to do the dugout on the property for the Conscious Point to Old Town walk.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Resolutions resolved that the reading of the minutes of the public session on November 13th, 2014 be dispensed with, that those minutes be accepted as filed by the village administrator, and that the actions taken at the meeting be and hereby are ratified and approved. Got a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor? Resolved that the claims for the warrants dated November 25th, 2014 totaling $2,914,630.45, warrant 8 general fund, and $2,442.25 warrant 11 trust fund be ordered and approved. Got a motion?
Make the motion.
Second?
Second.
Discussion. Item 1, 71 Hill, rent for the building inspector, $4,774 for December. Armchair wholesale PD training supplies, $1,080. Page 2, Everhard Nursery shade trees, $2,835. Page 3, Hammer Medical Supplies, ambulance supplies, $1,017. Liberty Iron Works, a road plate for the Highway Department, $2,795. Page 4, Sean Muthig, $1,000 medical and reimbursement for an ambulance volunteer. NASA Diagnostics, 2 payments for physicals for the fire department, $1,630, $12,370. Page 5, New York State Employee Retirement System for 2014, $1,115,759. Last year was $1,122,000. And New York State Police Firemen's Fund, $1,095,368. Last year was $1,264,000. And New York State Health Insurance for December, $239,000, $330,000, $334,000. Page 6, Pitney Bowes Fire Department Mail, $1,520.99. PSENG Traffic Signal cost $1,236.02. Rapid Recovery October Tolling Services going on to page 7, $1,275. Rosemont Construction Paving Engine Lane, $70,219.25. Page 8, Rosemont Construction Gin Lane Paving again, $57,982.11. Rosemont Construction Little Plains Road Paving, $41,729.69. And Rosemont Old Town and Gin Lane Paving, $94,017.23. RS Sales Park Supplies, $1,836.73. Scott D. Simone tax settlement on bathroom tennis, $120,000. Page 9, Southampton Chamber of Commerce for their participation in Septemberfest, $7,500. Stryker Sales, ambulance stretchers, $4,000. Suffolk County Water Authority for the parks, $1,262.83. Page 10, United Metro Energy Corp., 3,000 gallons of gas, $6,818.03, and Verizon October phone bill, $3,572.22. Trust warrant, payment to Southampton Public House for the Veterans Day dinner, $1,281. Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Item 3, resolved that the Board of Trustees hereby approves the attached scheduled budget transfers to eliminate overages through November 25th, 2014. Have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Discussion. Item 1, 83,000 into claims coming from contingency. Item 2, 2,000 to Justice Court equipment from contractual. $10,000 into building inspector's contractual from contingency. And the last one is $64,050 into New York State retirement from police retirement. Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Sorry, I was reading something here.
You're deep in thought.
I'm deep in thought. I was just reading that whole thing. Sorry. Okay. Yeah,
I'm still
exactly. Yeah. So that's okay.
It's allowed.
So we got the discussion items. We've already gone through the discussion item here. Comments from board members there. Trustee Yaz.
Just that, hell of a good meeting. For some anyways, and some not, unfortunately, but I think due process is being, I do sincerely, I'd like to just wait to see what the study comes back with. But outside of that, everybody have a happy Thanksgiving and enjoy it. Get ready for the impending holiday season coming up.
Mike?
Just want to say happy Thanksgiving. We'll let it go.
Yeah, there you go. Nancy?
Same. I want to say happy Thanksgiving, and also we're very lucky to live here.
Yeah.
I mean, it is a beautiful place, and we all struggle to keep it beautiful. That's why we're all here. And, but I think we also have to reflect on the fact that we are very lucky with what we have in life. And that's all I want to say.
Great. Bill?
I'm still steaming, but I do wish you all a great Thanksgiving, and indeed, we do have so much to be grateful for when you turn on the TV every day and night, so I am deeply grateful. End of speech.
Yeah, and just as a reminder that on Saturday night is the tree lighting and the parade of lights. It starts at 4:45. So if board members are going to participate in that, if you beat the Windmilling Fire Department at 4:30 to be able to get on the trucks and stuff, and then Fosh is going to be singing. We've got a nice agenda for that, and so it should be a very fun evening. And going into this holiday season, I just can't express enough that there's many opportunities to buy everything on the internet or go over to Tanger outlets or wherever, but we need to shop locally, and you need to support your local merchants who are here year round, that live in this community, that participate in this community, that volunteer and give to our local not-for-profits and organizations. And can't stress that enough, because without a strong business district, you don't have a strong community. And that's extremely important. So shop locally, guys, and also be prepared to jump in the polar bear plunge on December 13th. So with that being said, and happy Thanksgiving, I'm going to open this up for a second public comment section. That
Yeah,
was
that's you.
Wow.
We should give you a badge.
I'm not bringing any papers because I'm too tired to figure it out.
Okay. You picked the
I'm
wrong
Ann
night.
Pine, 449, 451 Hill Street. I came tonight because I've followed 3 ARB cases in our small area from Corrigan to Moses, and now a 4th one. And I'm truly concerned that the ARB does not address the code. I've they they feel they have no right, you all know this, to address mass and scale, which is clearly in the code. They invoke the FAR regulations, and nowhere in the code do I see a contradiction with that. In fact, they couldn't get to the ARB if they hadn't already passed the FAR regulations. And in this next case, it's not in an historic neighborhood. I have one case that I'm pursuing to Riverhead to the Supreme Court over this, and I'm going to go further than that because I think it's important for the village to clarify, to tell the ARB what they're supposed to do. I think if you were of the same mind I am, you could send them a memo and say, this is what it means, because you're the legislatures and you're entrusted with making sure they keep the law. That doesn't mean reaching down and saying, oh, you know, we really like this house. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about telling them to keep the law. And if they are too uneasy to do that with simply a memo from you, I can't see why you can't insert a phrase into the law that says ARB is a second line of review for compatibility in the neighborhood, which includes mass and scale. They do not talk about design in any substantial way. They don't use their guidebook that they themselves wrote, which insists that mass and scale are the most important parts. That's a historic neighborhood. And they seem very close to collaborating with applicants for building. For example, I've seen this 3 or 4 times, this little pas de deux. Mr. Highsmith says, we're lucky to have an architect here. And then Mr. Brady says, thank you, Curtis. Here's the plan I've come up with to lessen the impact of scale. Oh, Mr. Brady, did you do this yourself? Yes, I'm an architect. And he's proposing the exact same diagram, this is 483 Hill Street, that is already on the internet by the developer with the alteration already out there. That looks bad. And they also have this act they do where the developer comes in with, let's say, fieldstone for the chimney and the foundation, and Juliet, whatever it is, the back porch, and the Palladian windows that are a bit too large, and no landscaping. And then in the next meeting, thank you so much, you've changed it to brick, you've cut off the back porch, you've changed the window design a little bit, and now we have the arborvitae fencing you in. You've done such a good job in adjusting to our needs. But that's not the need. We have 3 now in this small district, 6,000-foot spec houses of identical appearance. Now, when they go to judge compatibility, they have compatibility. Now they have it. And their guidebook says that you are supposed to, when there's a variation in size, go for the middle. You're not supposed to set a new standard. And that is, they are allowing new standards to be set. In my area, it's all over. I'd like to know how you're going to defend that historic district with the Pines living in Sturbridge Village and everybody else looming over them. There are 8 big lots there of 1 acre, all in the same area. It's, that's a big explosion in the middle of the Hill Street Historic District. And at the next ARB meeting, I'm going to argue against a lot that is bordered by the historic district, 4 properties. It's not in the historic district, but it still is in a neighborhood where compatibility is demanded of the ARB, and mass is one of the demands. I looked at 45 Moses Lane, which is already almost built, because I saw, how am I going to argue this when that is going up? That thing is 6,000 square feet with a guest house on the same property with a garage. It is 4 variances it took to do that. A variance to expand the main house, because it needed one, in non-conforming position more than 50%. It is expanded 5 times, not 50%. It got a variance to do that. It's 300 square feet, about this big, less than the floor area ratio allowed. The guest house was enabled. That has a backyard variance, and it also has a variance to expand beyond 520 feet for an accessory building to 1,200. It is a full house, kitchen, living room, dining room, bedroom, bathroom. And that was allowed because Gil Flanagan argued that it had been a a garage on the property was a commercially zoned building.
House, the Pajak house and the soda business in the back, that's the property she's talking about.
Okay, a commercially zoned building. This is what looks like a three-car garage. The three neighbors came, the three adjoining neighbors. Moses Lane is the fourth side. They objected strenuously to this guest house. Strenuously. You got to look at it on the video. This was news to me. It happened last year. And all three said one of them said he'd never seen the slightest activity going on in this place, and he wanted Gil Flanagan to come back the next time and certify the activity. Gil came back, and he said, okay, the seller, Ed Lowe, told me that this was active as of April of the year before. He gave an affidavit. The owner and Gil stamped it as, I guess he's a CPA. That was it. There was no proof it was active except what the seller said. It didn't look, I doubt, active. There was no receipt of a tax receipt.
That the Pajak.
I don't know who the people were.
I don't think Pajak is.
I looked it up tonight. In 1997, Roy Wines.
On Moses Lane was an active commercial property that was going. Yeah, I mean that was
okay.
active.
Yes, but it had to be active. There had to be proof that it was not abandoned within the last, I think it's 16 months. What I'm telling you is there was no proof. Proof means pictures of it happening. It means bills of sales. It means tax receipts. It means trucks, bills of ladling, of dropping. No proof. I mean, Gil, to me, is really in trouble here. And even if it was active, that is not in the code that you can take one non-conforming use and turn it into another non-conforming use. A developer bought this. We're now up about 8,000 feet on this lot. A developer bought this. You're going to tell me that a developer of a huge 6,000 foot is going to have a bottling operation on his property? I mean, this was a real hoax. And I think this is, if Gil can't produce that stuff, that's a material misrepresentation. And I cannot believe that Mr. DePetris would fall, that the ZBA would fall for this. It's a real hoax. So that's the fourth house. And it looks pretty bad for this neighborhood. And obviously this is a precedent in Southampton. And I think you all ought to tell the ARB, and it's not just the ARB, and also Mr. Pressman, threw his entire historic house in the dumpster one afternoon in late December because John Foster said, yeah, it looks rotten to me. It's not John Foster's authority. A 100-year-old house is the ARB's authority to look at it, to have the village historian look at it. I'm sure this is happening in every neighborhood, but these houses on the beach, it's well and fine. Everybody gets excited, but it's very hard to fight these neighborhood things. I had no idea 2045 Moses Lane was turning into this megalith, which now makes it hard to say no to any other thing that size.
Well, here's what I would say about food, because I live right there. I live on Harvest Lane, so I pass this property all the time. And that the Wines did operate Pajak, it was a commercial property up until the time it was sold. I know that because I saw trucks going in and out of there.
Well, the neighboring, I live there too. I've been 3,000 times up and down Moses Lane.
That house right there had an application, actually, that was fought by the neighbors, that they initially turned down that whole process and then had to go through so the application, they set it back further from the road, so from a sky plane, it doesn't, has a.
What are you talking about, the main house?
I'm talking about the main house and stuff.
Yeah, but it's 80 feet back from the road. Everything else is 40. I think that they set it 100 feet back. Then, again, a gimmick, they moved it 20 feet east to say, oh, look what we did. They had a 15-yard setback for the guest house. Now they have a 35, but it still required a variance. I would like to see proof of that thing operating, not just someone telling me it was.
I've been in there. And I've seen the operations and stuff like that.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the date. It had to have been.
I don't know.
And even so, that's not reason to make a whole. You know how many people in this village have fought to have a separate guest house? Yeah, they're all turned down. How did this happen?
I don't know.
Yeah, well, it's serious.
But I know that there was applications that.
Mayor Epley, I went through the file today at the ZBA, I looked at the ZBA and the ARB, and the ARB did not question the mass or scale of that once. They talked about a little back, same old drill. The stone, the back window, thank you so much, finished.
I know that the Mahoney's came out initially in strong opposition to the first application. There was a couple of other neighbors.
The 3 adjoining neighbors came out very strongly in opposition. They're on the video, and it's all recorded. Now, I didn't check on them. I just saw this by coincidence. But I don't see how that got through.
Well, the initial one didn't get through.
The end got through. I don't care how long it takes. I had 6 sessions with the ARB. Thank you very much. Boom. Who cares if it's 6 or 1? They're not following the code. And if Mayor Epley, do you think size and mass are part of compatibility in a historic district?
Do.
Then tell them they must judge on it. Send them a memo, put a line in the code. You don't have to wait 8 months to do this.
And we've had that conversation, and C-Mac Sammy is the one who, because we've had a debate with them over and over again, and I'll keep using what C-Mac's analogy.
You have authority to tell them the code is law. It's village law. You have authority to do this.
And the example that we use when we talk to them, and we've said it over and over again, is that they say, well, we can't do size, but you can do massing, and
you can do scale.
So my massing, my size is the same whether I'm sitting down or standing up. But when I stand up, I'm a larger entity than what I am when I'm
I don't
sitting
object to that. You can approach size through design. You can say vary the heights, no flat roof, and by the way, they love flat roofs when they want to approve something. They approve plenty of flat roofs. But if you approach this through design, I don't care how they approach it. They can influence size, but if they approach it through design, they achieve the same result. If that suits them better,
Use the word massing.
you can use massing and you can use scale, because scale is in the handbook.
Size is not. They can't.
I couldn't care less about the word, and that's why you lost that Ferrara case, because it was poorly argued, confusing size and mass. I don't think I said size.
Well, you did say size.
I apologize.
That's okay.
When I become a lawyer, I won't say it.
But it's late.
But I
It's
can
a long-
assure you,
it's
if
been a long
those
night.
houses look
And
like
that's-
ours,
and that's
it will
why
spread
they-
out on the
they
property,
have-
and
they
then
have-
it won't fit the FAR.
They have the purview of massing, and they have the purview of the neighborhood.
Why don't they use it then?
But they do. They do.
Well, then the sentence has to go in there saying, regardless of what influence this has on the FAR, you can influence massing.
And it talks about massing and compatibility in the neighborhood.
But they're not using it. And you can make them use it.
Yeah.
All 5 of you, that's your job, to fulfill the law of that code, or change the code. Get us out of the historic district. Forget neighborhoods, but make it clear.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
meant to just say goodnight, but I got going.
That's okay. That's okay. It's the shortest one all night, so we'll take that one. So, okay. Anybody else from the public would like to speak? Okay. All right. Make a motion to close the public session to go into executive session for the purpose of discussing personnel matters.
Second. Second. All in favor?
Aye.